Hello, hello. Hey, Kevin. First has been claimed. Let me go fix this really fast. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I had some notes to myself from yesterday, I think. Morning is work on challenge mode. I had an idea here. I guess we might as well file this. See on specific cheats. I'll file this later, I think. Yeah, wrong mic. Oh, thank you. There we go. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I I swapped to my gaming computer on Wednesdays, and using the USB hub for my mic and speakers is just actually maybe for speakers it'll work now. But for the mic, for some reason, it never worked, and I like plugged them into different ports, I guess. Yeah, I appreciate that. I would have probably not realized for a very long time. I wonder if I can just disable that camera as a microphone and just not have it ever get picked up. Let me look that up really fast. Disable input option, sound input, mic as input. How to disable internal microphone, reduce volume, select a different one, use terminal. You can disable it by opening terminal and following these. Huh. How can I completely disable? Eh. That's what you do on Mac? Because on Windows I know I can do it, but on Mac I've never. Okay, yeah. All right. Anyway, hey Chef Alton. Okay, well let's get to work on this stuff. So just to show briefly, this is all the stuff we've done already. Just scrolling through super fast. It's not like you're supposed to read any of these individual items. And today I want to focus on this stuff. And then tomorrow we can hopefully get to a point where we're like play testing. Well, I'm play testing. And then we need to share with other play testers. Is it powered? I've had trouble with non-powered ones. It can be powered. I don't have power plugged into it. And yeah, maybe that's the issue. But I figure I'll just use it for mouse and keyboard. That's at least good enough for me. But yeah, maybe I should plug in power and try the microphone again. All right, so we don't make the chef slime when you make the fishing pond, so fishing probably doesn't actually work. Yeah, let's try that out. I'm pretty sure it would fail. Whoops. This one should be pretty easy to fix. There's another bug here, and I don't remember what it even is, but I remember it's probably going to be a little bit harder. Okay, so we just need to build the pond before we build the farm. There it is. And then we go battle at the pond, and then it probably breaks. So if we look at this, I expect to see an exception printout about not being able to find the chef slime, and that's pretty easy to fix. So we go to create farm. Isn't there a create? What's happening right now? Already need to reload. Here it is, create chef slime. So this is presumably called right from the farm. Yeah. And we just need to do this at the end of the fishing pond as well. So if chef slime is not null, return. Done. That should fix it. Like I said, this bug should be pretty easy. Not sure about the next one. Well, let's go test this out. Yeah, so it was originally never supposed to be possible for you to do this. And then by making challenge mode, we made this possible. So we just need to build until we find that. Yep, good. Then we go into battle. Let's click. Will this do anything? No, it won't do anything. I want to make my character more powerful somehow, but I don't have a way of doing that. So we just need to wait. Oh, whoops, I didn't even go to the right place. Oh, I could have unlocked all the adventurers. Yeah, this is going to take forever, isn't it? Well, we're watching a rock man throw rocks at fish. Total time is bonkers here. Come on. There we go. Okay, yeah, now it works. No exceptions. And if I try building the farm next, it should still be fine. Yeah. Cool. Build chef slime when building pond. Before this, if you got the pond in challenge mode and actually caught a fish, it would throw an exception. I don't really need to review this. I wrote like 3 lines of code. Yeah. I mean, it's good to have it to get into anyway, but all right, so this is done. When hiring an adventurer, it shows how many battle perks you've chosen, but it doesn't show. Okay, this is not important. We can just put this in polish. Okay. Next up is, I think hire adventurer button is being highlighted based on regular mode cost, not the challenge mode cost. So how do we get the cost of, oh, that's pretty easy actually. So I guess in the town menu, we can just change this, right? Hire adventurer button. Somewhere here, we set the modulate of this. Modulate, there it is. So all we need to do is get the cost of the next adventurer based on what mode we're in. Get cost of next adventurer. This is not how this works. Or at least it's not probably how it should work. So let's do long cost equals town.gameplay.is challenge mode. So if it's challenge mode, we want to pull it from the town tracker dot. I don't know where this thing is. I don't remember. It's apparently not there. Does this not have? No, it's right there. It's cost of next perk. Why did that not autocomplete for me then? Cost. Yeah, what's going on right now? It thinks this is a. Oh, is it just called perk choice tracker? I think I made this mistake the last time too. It is. Yeah. Okay, that's my bad. Otherwise, go for this. Cool. Okay, I think that should do it. How do we test this? It's always 50. So I guess we just hire one adventurer. That'll only kind of work. I have to leave very, very soon. I want to stop by and say what's up. Hey, Pressel, thanks for dropping by. Yeah. There's nothing really super new. I've been just so busy lately. And I was just talking to my wife about this. Like, we've kind of oversubscribed in our lives to everything we've been doing. And it's like everything. It's work stuff, it's social stuff, it's like other obligations that we have, chores and errands and whatever else. It just feels like we're in go 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 mode all the time. It's not bad, but I think we need to like rein in some time somehow. Do you get fulfillment from working more? I do. To be honest, I haven't really been working too much more. I've kind of been putting in, I don't know, probably somewhere between 40 to 50 hours a week, which is not crazy. I think a lot of this is because my stream schedule, I tend to do about 6 hours per day. Now, granted, most people would count what I do as 8 hours. And I'm not saying that to like pat myself on the back. I'm saying that I work a full day. I just don't take breaks. So most people would be like, oh, my lunch break is part of my, work time that I spend or whatever. I don't have a commute. So yeah, I stream about 6 hours per day, but that's only on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So that's 18 hours right there. And then maybe I stream another like 4 to 6 hours on Tuesday, Thursday combined. So that's probably like 25 hours or so. I know I added a little bit more than normal, but sometimes I go extra. And then, yeah, maybe there's another 15 hours coming in from stuff I'm doing outside of this. I'm not even sure if that's true. I'm probably working like a normal week. They're just like all solid hours that I'd say I'm putting in. Anyway, it feels like it's a lot. All right, so I think we got this working. I click hire. This is no longer green. And when we get 50 money, which I can't grant myself just 50, and there's no easy way for, wait, there is maybe an easy way. I could sell some of these potions, right? Yeah, so this is what we should do. We should sell some of these. I should add some customers. We should speed this up. And when I hit 50, this button should turn green. If I did this wrong, then it'll only turn green when I hit 90. So we should see it very soon. There, yes, good, perfect. Okay, so now when I hire this, now again, it should turn green when we hit 50 again. And that will prove to me that we did this correctly. Yeah. Okay, now what about over here? If I go to new game, it's already higher, it's already green because it costs 35. Then it's gray because it's 90. So that's probably already working, but let's put a couple potions in here. And now it should turn green at the next sale. Come on. Come on. There we go. Yep, nice. Is it much procrastination going on in the streams at least? Yeah, it's like sometimes I'm not as productive, and I think that's more due to like a fatigue kind of thing than a lack of motivation kind of thing. Anyway, I'm gonna try to find a path through this because I don't think the work schedule is gonna let up. And one of the things I wrote on my to-do list for tomorrow is to look at the roadmap again. So like, are we on track? What needs to change? How can we? Yeah. Because I had all these plans for July, and we've gotten through quite a lot of them, and they were big plans. So like, I'm happy with how July went. But then look at August. There's like 14 things here. What are we gonna do? All right, so use correct cost or hire adventurer button. It turns green when you have enough money to hire an adventurer, but it wasn't aware of the challenge mode specific cost. And it now is. All right, so those bugs have been fixed. Add as many perks as possible. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go look through them. So all existing perks, things like the garbage slime auto eating, enchanter getting more mana, workers moving faster, shops getting more displays are all reasonable upgrades for challenge mode. I'm kind of curious about some of this stuff. Like the garbage slime's auto eat thing. If you spend, I don't know, 50 gold and you get level 1 of this, it's probably going to feel pretty bad. Because it's going to eat an item once every 15 seconds. What are the odds you actually needed that? So I wonder if some of these perks should be rebalanced so that it just jumps immediately to like level 3. Yeah, I think we're going to need to do that, but I don't think that's something we should focus on for now. I think that's something we should put in phase 2. Yeah. What is in phase 2? Difficulty modifiers, run history. And improve balance. Balance perks. So some perks don't make sense as, or I guess like some perk increments don't make sense. E.g. the garbage slimes auto eat being at 15 seconds is hardly a benefit. So maybe we just jump it straight to 0 seconds. Like I said, I don't think it's worth focusing on yet, but I think this is feedback we're going to get that's going to be pretty obvious. So yeah, we're going to go through this list and we're going to try to add as many of these as we can. And we have 5 categories in the game so far. So let's go get what those 5 categories are. It's this, 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 and this. Oh no, there's also this one now. There's 6 categories now. Oh man, okay. Yeah, so let's take a picture of all of these. And just paste them into here. And that way I have a visual representation of what I need to do. These all already have icons already too. I said already twice. I am with it. All right, take care, Pretzel. Thanks for dropping by. I hope you have a good one. I will do my best to make this a good one for everyone here. There we go. And one more there. Okay. All right. So let's go start with the town perks. So hardworking adventurers. Where do we even put this stuff? In the town perk generator. All right, so ability ID dot hardworking adventurers. What's it called? Adventurer carry items. Yeah, that's it. That's all we need to do. In fact, actually, I don't think there's too much we need to focus on for this stuff. There's also max customers, max customers. Let's just do it in order there. Then we have customer speed. I believe that's right there. Yep. Then we have shiny loot. Then worker speed. Then the quick move menu. I think we should start you with that. Item stacking is super overpowered. And then we're done. So next up is seek food. These have prerequisites. So we need to add these only if you've met the prerequisites, which is if town.garbage slot or recycler is not null, then available perks.add auto eat. All right, what's next? Food critic, increased appetite, and garbage time. Food critic, increased appetite, and garbage time. All right, I mean, this has been pretty easy so far. Maybe this wasn't going to be as involved a task as I thought it would be. Yeah, I guess we're just going to keep doing this style of thing, right? So if town.fishing pond is not null, then add in pond, fishing pond. I just want these to be in the right order. These aren't even correct. Fishing pond, more eggs. Fishing pond, glowy fish, and spicy cooking. Spicy cooking can actually be done if either one of these is not null. So we can say if town.recycler is not null or fishing pond is not null. Right? I'm nearly positive about that. What does it say? Yeah. Then some descriptions should probably change because this says this also works for crops, but in challenge mode, saying it works for crops and it works for whatever else I think is probably better. But yeah, let's not worry about that yet either. Well, that is kind of a polish thing. Maybe just to make a different perk. Where's polish? Here it is. Some perk descriptions need to be changed in challenge mode. E.g., what is it? Spicy cooking mentions that it also works for crops because it's usually listed in the fishing perks. But that doesn't make as much sense in challenge mode. Yeah. All right, so we got all those. Next up is farm. Oh, that wasn't recycler. That is farm. Okay, so now town.farm is not null. Then we want to add in farm. I don't think extractor training should be necessary. I think we should start you with that. So let's go back to here and look for auto battle. Here it is. We give that to you already. I think that's fine. In fact, maybe we should just give you level 1 or level 2 of automatic eating. No, that's probably not as good. All right, so what is this? Farm crop variety. Then farm size. Then the crop growth speed. And then harvesting efficiency. Okay. Then the enchanter. Okay. So what are these? They're all enchanter perks. All right, what do we have here? Mana crystal. Entropic magic. I think it's customer worker item next. Customer worker item and then auto casting. Yeah, so customer worker item. And finally auto casting. Okay. And the last one is treasure. Selective loot, auto opening, special keys, auto purchasing, more treasure stands. Yeah, fine. Town.treasure room is not null. Okay, so what is the order of this? Selective loot, auto opening, special keys. Selective loot, auto opening, special keys. Then there are only two more. Auto purchasing and more treasure stands. What's the... Oh, I have auto typed out. Yeah. Okay, so those are all of the built-in ones. And that is but a portion of what we need to do. So next up, we need more displays for everything. And we don't have an ability for that. So we're going to need to make one. Yeah, so add perks for more shop slots. Add perk for more warehouse slots. Hey, Ander, how you doing? All right, what are the other ideas that we had here? Change loot drop. Oh, no, that's not right. Currency, more of this. You can spend sludge on something that costs gold plus whatever. Build a building. That's not a thing anymore. Customers tip more. Critical sales. It's going pretty well so far. There hasn't really been a lot of time yet, but I mean, we're making progress. That's all I can really say. I've been working on challenge mode now for almost a week, and I tried playing it yesterday. And the problem was that nothing is balanced. So like you get items that cost 3 gold and your first purchases are like 50 gold. So you could wait for 17 sales so that you have enough for one purchase, but that's kind of stupid. So like we need to do some balancing. I just haven't gotten to it yet. The first stuff should probably cost like 10 gold or something, and then maybe the second purchase is 15 gold, and this can increase such that it's not +5 every time. We can then go to 25 and then 50 and then 75 or something, but you can't have the first one be 50 and just make the player wait for like 5 minutes. So I haven't gotten to that yet, and as a result we haven't been able to play test this yet, and we probably still won't get to that today. But I think it'll be fun to get to that point and then realize like, how is this mode playing out? Because this game was never designed to be a roguelike. And if this is successful, it kind of makes me wonder, can you turn any game into a roguelike? I don't know. Like if we took Minecraft and we said it's survival mode, how would you make that a roguelike? And I think the answer is you wouldn't. I get that there are probably a million Minecraft mods out there and they probably add roguelike modes. And maybe you'd look at those, but just if you took the base Minecraft and you said like, all right, your progression is going to somehow be dictated by some choices you make. It's like, wouldn't that kind of defeat some of the appeal of Minecraft? Like, what are you going to choose, a biome or something? Or choose what blocks you're harvesting or which blocks appear in the world? How are you even progressing? Is it like defeating enemies? Yeah, anyway, so maybe you can't. Maybe the answer is no. Whoops. You just can't turn any game into a roguelike. And if the answer is no, which I'm guessing it is, then maybe Skeleseller is not a good candidate for a roguelike game. It's certainly unusual. Okay, so how many of these should we actually be adding? Maybe not really any of them. Yeah, maybe not any of these. These aren't being done anymore. Grant a new worker. Well, I could leave those there. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. I think we just ignore these for now. I think we just do these. So I think we're gonna need to come back to this and add even more perks in the future. But I don't think now's the time to do this. I'm actually glad I came to this conclusion. Where do we have this written down? Balance perks. Perks should feel. Yeah, we can just put this here. Phase 3 polish. Comb through perk ideas, including battle perks. Yeah. Yeah, I think having a large enough selection is important. All right, so let's go code the new ones then. These hopefully won't be hard to do. Where did it even go? Where's the task? Here it is. Okay, so let's start with this one. More shop slots. So we're going to go make a new ability ID. We don't have an icon for this. So shop more, or I guess like player ability, more potion shop displays. All right, so let's go take this one, chest displays, and save this as potion shop displays. Put that there. Put that there. Okay, display positions. This isn't needed. Number of displays isn't needed. Max level. This is going to be a little bit hard to figure out. It's game constants dots. Nope, doesn't exist there. Max shop level, I guess. What is this? It's 10. That's not what we want. It's this divided by game constants on num shops per upgrade -1. Yeah, that's probably correct right now, but I can't always count on that being correct. Yeah, let's leave it for now. So get the number of displays. Let's just cut that out too. Oh, we got to list these somewhere. So we got to form an array for this specifically. What is it? It's a list of t's. Then t could be anything. So we could have a list of integers here and say num displays equals, I'll just say 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And I'll write it to do, come up with this dynamically. And then we put that there. And display is going to say, what do we say in the game? Because I'll just use the same terminology. I don't remember what we wrote. Allows this shop to stock 2 more items. Item displays. We call them item displays. Okay, so item displays. Oops, that's not right. It's this one that should be item displays. Expanded potion shop. Yeah. Allows the potion shop to stock 2 more items. Is that what it says? Allows this shop to stock 2 more items. Yeah. And this shop needs to be specified. All right. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Okay, so now the difficulty is in getting this to actually build the displays. And then I guess we need to put this in here, right? Yeah, so ability ID dot potion shop. There it is. Now we need to trim this down so that it's all you ever get. So I guess just cut all these out. And now we need to make it work. So when you unlock an ability, where does that go? Because I think we deleted whatever it is that used to be called here. Reapply ability effects. I don't remember where it is. I think it's an abilities component. I think there's an action here now. Yeah, changed level. So a whole bunch of different things to listen for this stuff. And I guess the treasure room does exactly what we want. So we just go look at that and it's super easy, right? Yeah, this is dead simple. Okay, well then let's go do that. So we go into shop and wherever we initialize the town, we plug this in and then we get this function. And then I'm going to write this kind of stupidly. We're going to say if ability ID equals the potion shop displays and the item category of this. How do we even get that? There should be an item category here, right? Yeah, there it is. And item category is equal to potion. Then we upgrade the shop. Is that even the function we call for this? Yep. All right, that should do it. Let's try it out. Hey, Flair. This is not bad at all if this works, because we only need to do this for one other thing. Well, technically three other things, but two of them are pretty much the same. All right, so there's no sign here, but if we click choose perks and buy a perk, we get expanded potion shop. It says allows the potion shop to stock 2 more items. We should say to stock more items. It shouldn't say 2 more. But if we click this, it worked. Okay, well, that was easy. All right, so got to go change the... Got to change this. Allows the potion shop to stock more items. All right. Then I'd love to have one ability that works for all of the different kinds of shops. Is it worth doing that? It's maybe worth doing that. It's me, your favorite chatter. It is you. I don't think I have a favorite chatter, by the way. I know we talked about the whole, like, are there people I don't like in chat? But, yeah, I don't think there's a favorite one. So what I'm debating on right now, we could copy paste this twice and just be done with it. But that's not the right way to do things. So let's do it the right way. Let's say player ability, more shop displays. And this will take in an item category. Hey, Syrup King. Favorite chatter? Is he talking about me? Everyone who thought they were the favorite just had their hopes crushed. Well, it just means that there's no favorite. Not that there aren't people I like in chat. I like people in chat. I suspect if I like a person in chat that person knows that I like them in chat. But who knows? Anyway, yeah, Syrup King ruined it. Syrup King's my favorite chatter. There. Sorry, everybody else. So I guess shop category, shop item category. And we could make this protected. Maybe we make this public. I'm not actually sure what we do with this. Actually, I don't think Syrup King has said a lot in chat. Yeah, 8 messages in total. Over 5 years. That's like 1 message per year. That's not entirely true. I didn't really stream for 3 years. Make a donation goal, become the favorite chatter. That would probably work for a lot of people on Twitch. Like, you give a streamer enough money, you will probably become their favorite person. But not for me. You can't buy my love. Favorite lurker? Favorite lurker is an impossible to decide category. How would you even know? All right, so this has to know what ability ID to use. I guess which icon. So I guess we pass in all the ability data still. Yeah. And then delete all this. This will maybe work. Yeah, this stuff will all definitely work. And then we just need to pass in... We just need to pass in a display name and a description. Yeah, maybe we do this. Display name, string description. Something like that. All right, so now this turns into the description. This turns into the... Oh, no, that's in... We don't even need this. Yeah, we just need the description. And then this stuff can be deleted. No, it cannot be. We just get rid of that and that. All right, and now data is not used anywhere. No, it is used. It's just shouldn't be uppercase. Okay, so now the potion shop thing should inherit from this. So we inherit like that. And then we pass in ability data, the item shop category, and the description. And then we get rid of this and this. All right. not too bad. So everything else should work the exact same way that it did. What we could do here, actually, can we do this? Maybe we can't do this. I was gonna say maybe we could change shop to make this a little bit less stupid. But I don't know how we do that because all we have here is an ability ID. I guess we could create the ability. We could check to see if it's a player ability, more shop displays. This would work. I don't know if it's any smarter. Let's try it. So base ability equals get. And then if ability is that, then and the item category matches. All right, so what's wrong with this? Oh, it's just missing. All right, there, that's it. Yeah, that's smarter. Yeah, that's smarter. So I just need to make the noise. I'm gonna actually take a quick break. I know it's a little earlier than normal. My brain feels like the tiniest bit foggy, and I want to like stand up and move a little bit. So is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again, everybody. Hey, Tamao, close the game. Yeah, so let's finish coding the rest of these things. You know, one of the things I was thinking about is I woke up earlier than normal today. Probably why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling. I hope this just kind of fixes itself. Well, we shall see. Okay, so this gets saved like so. I wonder if there's anything else we can get rid of here. We probably can. All right, so this is armor. And then this is expanded armor shop, allows the armor shop to stock more items. And then the same thing with the weapon shop. There we go. Change all the armors to weapons. It should know how to do this. I'm hoping it just, come on, move the cursor to this thing for me. Ah, well, weapon, weapon, cool. All right, next we let the max level get computed by the parent class. Public static, or maybe like protected static int. Get like max level is going to be this. They all use the same one for right now. So now this can just refer to max level. Yeah, they can all do that. And then we don't need constants. So we got to go get more potion and armor. Delete that. And delete that. Okay. So now the only thing we have left to do, if I'm not mistaken, is this part. Come up with this dynamically. So for int I equals, there's never a time where it can be 0. So I guess it has to be game constants dot num shop. I is less than or equal to max level. I plus equal that. So yeah, num displays dot add I. Okay. Hides inherited member base ability dot max level. Yeah, it does. I don't know what to say for this. I guess. No, I don't know what I should say for that. When we call into base ability is where we set the max level on this thing. It just pulls it right from here. I guess after constructing, we want to just set what the max level is, so we just don't pull it from ability data. That would maybe work. So we would need a proper constructor here that just calls into the root and then overrides it. Yeah, that works. Fine, let's do that. Public player ability. So all we need to do is call in with data. And then do this. This may be read-only. It is read-only. Okay, fine. This is stupid. Let's undo this. Let's just rename this variable to anything else. Shop max level. Yeah, there. Then all of these can just use shop max level. And everything else should work. Then we go into the town perk generator and just set this stuff. More armor shop displays. Cool. Let's go try it out. It did not work. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out what went wrong. Can I dynamically create an instance of player ability more shop displays, no parameterless constructor defined? Yeah, this is because when we form all the abilities, we don't check to see if something is abstract. This is technically not abstract, but should be. Public partial abstract class. I don't even think we can do this, can we? Maybe we can. And then we go to all abilities, form dictionary, and we make sure that P is not abstract. I think that'll fix this. Did it work? Did it work? It looks like it worked. Hey, Campbell Soup. All right, so we get a perk now. They're all just going to be these. I hard-coded them to always be these 3. So if we pick the weapon shop, it goes up a level. Yeah. And it only did that to the weapon shop? Yep. Now we do that again. Oh, nice. And you see the perk here. And we don't have an icon for it. So we need to go make icons for these new perks. Make icons for these new perks. And then modify art requests. They should probably look like item stacking for now. No, they shouldn't. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so that's expanded weapon shop. We can see what the levels are. Oh, no, that's not correct. Where's the final level? I is equal to 2. I is less than or equal to, what is max level? 4. So this needs to be +1. That's kind of weird. Wait a second. Let me think about this. What is... Yeah. I messed this up. This isn't -1, I think. I think I wanted to figure out how many levels are there beyond level 0. No, wait. I don't know. Doesn't matter. If this works, it works. Yeah, this looks correct. All right. So yeah, you already have 2 by default. So if we expand the armor shop, that gets expanded. The other ones don't get expanded. We click this again. We expand the armor shop again. Cool. We do it one more time. Oh, is that the problem here? It says 2 out of 5. So the max level... Oh God, what am I... Why is this so difficult to figure out? I'm so confused. The max level should be 4 then, if all we see is... Oh, I see the problem. Okay, yeah. So this is -1 and this is +1. This is bizarre. Yeah, this is bizarre. But now I think we're correct. Yeah, so this renders correctly, and in here it should render correctly too. 1 out of 4. Yeah, perfect. So what did I just get? I got this one. Potion shop is now at 6. Let's get the potion shop up to 8. And then let's get it up to 10. Now it should not be offered anymore because it's at max. Nice. All right, so another polish thing. I think we have this written down somewhere about smoke. When you build through the perk choices, it should create smoke as though you built through the sign. This applies to buildings, shop storage, and warehouse storage. Does the treasure thing work that way? I don't have the treasure room. I assume the treasure room already works this way. For shop/warehouse storage, maybe we want to remove the signs now and just put perks in the base game for them. Then we need a special category. Whatever. What's all this stuff talking about? Attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection. Signal pressed. Add points button. This doesn't sound good at all. This doesn't sound good at all. Why is that happening? And when does that happen? Is it when I buy the perk? Is it when I click this? Is it when I max it? Right there it just happened. Huh. But it doesn't happen every time? Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it only happens when you get a perk beyond level 1. So if I close this out and I try again, and we do choose town perks, and I click this, it doesn't happen. But then if I click armor again, it does happen. Yeah. Okay, I got to figure out why. I don't know why that's happening. Let's just copy paste this for now. Bug upgrading a shop display beyond level 0. No, beyond level 1 will show this. And it's just for that kind of perk? Or does this happen for everything? Town generator. So let's get these, I guess. Let's get worker speed as the only thing. Whoops. So I click that. Nothing bad happens. I click it again. Okay, it's happening for everything. Yeah. Note, this happens for all perks, not just the new ones. I wonder if this was always happening or if I'm just noticing it now. I guess we can just stash all of this and then go try it out. So if it still happens and we know we didn't just destroy this now, I am guessing it's still going to happen. We get swift shoes and then another level of swift shoes. Yeah, it's still happening. Okay. Well, that's something. This was happening before any Thursday work. Let's finish up what we started here. So we added all of the shop ones. We need to add the warehouse one. Let's check in what we've done so far, because this is pretty reasonable already. Oh, and then are all of the descriptions correct? I should go look at those, because this stuff all looks fine. Expanded armor shop allows the armor shop to stock more items. Weapon shop allows a weapon shop. Swift shoes shouldn't be there. We need to see the potion shop one. Oh, there it was. Allows a potion shop to stock more. Yeah, nice. All right, looks good. Yeah, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So let's go comment this stuff back in. And then technically you should only get this if you have the potion shop. But that's not really a problem right now. Add more town perks. I added all of the existing perks and then 3 more and then 1 new perk per shop to upgrade the number of item displays. Why wouldn't I just add the warehouse one now too? Yeah. All right, let's go do the warehouse one. Player ability, more warehouse storage. Okay, so this is going to look pretty much identical to more shop displays. This is no longer abstract. Oh, what am I doing? I got to save it as a new file. All right, it doesn't take in any of this stuff. This is just capital D data. In fact, I probably should have saved this from the treasure room thing. This isn't needed. This isn't really needed, I guess. Actually announced I'm here instead of lurking for a bit. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Did you finish all the cantaloupe? All right, icon ID. Get display name, max level. Okay, so the max level we got to figure out. I'm just going to set this to 5 for right now. I think it's like 16, actually. Maybe we should give you tons of warehouse storage. Still plenty in the fridge I'll be eating today. Nice. Yeah, we have cherries and blueberries. Blueberries are really good. Underrated fruit. Everyone's always underrating them. They just don't know. Treasure room. Displays. Yeah, here. I want to copy this over to here. So what does it say in the warehouse when you do this? Allows you to store 4 more items. Item storage allows you to store more items in the warehouse. Expanded warehouse. Often they're bland. I like them when they're fresh and sour. Sour. Sweet blueberries are the best. We went blueberry picking once. We got so many blueberries that we didn't know what to do with them. It's fun to pick them. You're not thinking about how many you're picking. Get description. Number of displays. Okay, so now we just need to figure out the max level of this. I don't know what I want to do for that. Town generator. Let's put this in here. Oh, this is only if you have the warehouse, though. Okay, so if town.warehouse is not null, then add in the new thing we just did. Wild blackberries, and those are objectively the best berries. Don't at me. I mean, there are a lot of blackberries around here. In fact, I'm going blackberry picking this weekend with a friend of mine. We do that every year. And I kind of mentioned this, but one time we keep seeing these berries that are just out of reach. So as a gift, I got this for my friend, one of these little grabber hands. This does not work with blackberries. You think you could just like pull the vine down, but you can't really. And the grabber hand sucked. It was very low quality. Hey, Karada. I see we've changed the hello to have the space. I know you're testing me, but I passed. PA space SSED. So is there warehouse storage here? Max warehouse level divided by this. Then don't we need to subtract 1? We probably do. And then we need to change this. That's shop upgrades. Oh no, where's the warehouse one? Number of warehouse displays per level. So I want this everywhere, right? All right, who knows if that's gonna work? Why is this red? Why is this red? Invalid expression term, parenthesis. What? No, it's gone now. Okay, so let's go try that out. Let's change every other thing so that those don't exist. And then we just need to get the warehouse. Hey, Melmsy. Hey, Goldskin. Life is little games we play. That it is. That it is. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, type initializer through an exception. Duplicate ability. That means I accidentally put the wrong ID for this? How did I mess that up? Oh, because I copy pasted the wrong... Okay, never mind. I know what happened. It's not even worth explaining. Because that's all it takes to fix it. So now it's fixed. Now we'll never have this problem again. Ever, ever, ever. All right, so if I were to buy a perk, we'd see nothing here. And that on its own should be impossible. But if I build the warehouse, which we need to find first, and when I say first, I mean literally it has to be the first one. So we need to just keep doing this until we find it first. Okay, it's one of these days, is it? There's a 1/3 chance of it happening. So it's been 3 times. How unlucky am I going to get here? Now it's been 4 times. I should just force this at some point. Okay, now it's been 5 times. Just give me the building. There it is. All right, it took 6 trials for me to get a 1/3 chance. And now we can try getting the perk. It should be the only perk that shows up. Oh my god. This is also the only perk that has 15 levels to it. We probably can't allow that. But does it work? If we click this, do we get 8 of these? No, of course not, because I never coded that. I love when I'm just not paying attention to what I'm doing. And I'm like, oh, I must have coded this already. I have a lot of faith in myself. A lot of faith. All right. Well, it's not hard to code. there. Now we do that. We take a look at the ability ID. More warehouse storage, and then we just call upgrade. Is there an upgrade storeroom? There might be in here. No, there isn't. There's upgrade though. I guess we should call that. Okay, that should do it. Well, now we got to roll that 1/3 chance again. I'm going to try exactly one time, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to hard code it to always give me the warehouse. Okay, let's go hard code it. Because I'm not sticking with that the whole time. Choices dot add building ID dot warehouse. There. Now, why is this failing? Because of that. All right, so let's just do this then. There. Now it's only the warehouse, and it's always the warehouse. So now there's a 1 out of 1 chance that I see it. Won't that feel great? Yeah, warehouse, done. All right, so there's our warehouse. We got 4 item slots. Now when I click choose town perks, we only get the warehouse one. That should upgrade it. It's now at 8. Yeah, if we like zoom out and put that, no, we can't really do that. All right, if we put it over there, we can see it even though this dialog is open now. It says level 1 out of 15. It's just a comically large tooltip. I almost want to keep this there for that reason. I might, for the sake of playtesting, still keep it there, but this definitely is not what we want. All right, so we're just going to keep clicking upgrade until we've maxed it out. You can see the number of displays increasing. We should be, how about this? We should be at 40 right now. We have 5 rows of 8, so yeah. Then 44, 48, 52, 56, 60, and 64, and now nothing should show up. Great. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave that as is. I think this looks really stupid to see that you have 15 levels of something. And I don't think anyone even wants this in the game. Like, if you have 60 slots and you're offered a perk, what are the odds that getting 4 more slots when you already had 60 is actually helpful? So we should probably make this go up by multiple levels. In fact, maybe the warehouse should start with 8 and only have a total of 8 levels. Fine. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so every time you do this, we're going to call upgrade twice. And that means that this needs to be this divided by 2. And we'll put like a private const int challenge mode multiplier. Get 2x the displays per level in challenge mode. Which, well, that's the only place where this shows up right now. Ugh, I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Yuck. Hopefully we remember to test this. This is probably dumb. This is probably so dumb. We don't have the town here. We don't even know. They just be, it doesn't matter. Just turn your brain off, Adam. Just turn it right off. All right, the issue is when you build this, you know what? This is stupid. Yeah, let's undo all this. This is stupid. There are too many things that can go wrong here, and it's just not worth doing. So I'm going to make sure we undid this correctly. Yeah, if you're not going to do it right, then either do it wrong and write a bunch of notes, or just don't do it at all. So now we have that thing. We can upgrade it. Yep, this is just like how it was. It looks really stupid, but what are you going to do about it? And if we put all these back, then we can see what it looks like when you get that really tall choice alongside 2 shorter choices. Does it break the UI? It's not even going to show up, is it? There it is. Not really. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'm happy with that. Oh, and then let's look at the text on it. Expanded warehouse allows you to store more items in the warehouse. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so this should not be checked in. And that's it. We're done. Oh, except for I called upgrade twice. Not anymore. All right, add warehouse storage perk. Now we have just some basic cleanup stuff. So this is done. This is done. Now we need new icons. Icon ID. So let's call this more storage potion shop, more storage armor shop, weapon shop, and warehouse. And then alphabetize all of these. And then go make their icon data. So just take all 4 of these and plug them in, what, after misdirection? Okay. That looks pretty good. Now we need these to exist. So we go into, where is that? Assets, icons. I think it's in game. Yeah, game assets, icons, ability icons. And we should find the Apple Core one in here. There it is, Apple Core. Okay, so let's copy applecore.svg to these. There. Paste. And then let's go manifest those. So what is it? More potion is going to take the more potion one. Then more armor is going to take that. More weapon is going to take that. And the warehouse one is going to be that. Cool. They're still going to look like Apple cores. But yeah, that should work. Now we go into art requests. Last modified today. And we put challenge mode icons. There are 4 new. So I guess I should write this here. Note, I have no idea if challenge mode will be fun or if these perks will stick around. So it's probably not worth making these yet. Hey, Consolus. Wait, what is that? What is what? Oh, the lurk command? It's just purely a text command. It doesn't do anything. Yeah. All right, there are 4 new perks for upgrading storage. These may eventually appear in the base game. How do we take a picture of these? I guess we just unlock all of the stuff. Expanded potion shop, expanded armor shop, expanded weapon shop, and then the warehouse, which, do we even have the warehouse? We do. So it should show up pretty soon. So if we click this enough times, we'll see it. We have to click it a lot of times, don't we? Ah, there it is. Okay, there. So now we can take pictures of all these things. So there's the expanded warehouse. Nope, that didn't work. Expanded warehouse, expanded potion shop, armor shop, and weapon shop. All right, now he's got to take pictures of all these. Potion shop. I guess we just need the tooltip part of this. Armor shop. And weapon shop. There. Now we shrink these a bit. Just they're not gigantic in the document. Whatever, it doesn't need to look pretty. I think that's fine. Hey, Dark Star. To be done by you or someone else as a group effort? Yeah. That both of those, the answer is yes. And the other person here is Quickie Joe, who's been making all of the artwork for the game, except for maybe like one or two sprites here or there, which either Darkstorm or Kevin made. But in general, Quickie Joe is like the artist on the project. So anywhere you see an apple core, except for in the garbage slime actually has an apple core properly, but this is our placeholder graphic for now, which is like, hey, we need these to be different. And I just added 4 perks right this second. So that's where 4 of them are coming from. And then there are 5 other ones from the treasure room. I don't think this work should even be done until we're pretty certain about challenge mode. Because maybe what we find out is that this is not a fun perk to get. And instead, we should combine them all into expanded shops. Or maybe, and then it upgrades all of them at once, in which case the icon might look totally different from if we said expanded potion shop, where maybe you show potions specifically. So yeah, I'm not sure. We may end up consolidating all of the expanded storage perks into one, or maybe we just make items stack on individual displays. Yeah. So where'd the to-do list go? Here it is. Make icons, done. Modify art requests, done. So make placeholder icons for new perks. As usual, this is so that we can drop in new SVGs without having to modify any code. And there should be nothing questionable about this stuff. Yeah, the SVGs themselves are not reviewing. So just close out of those. But then this other stuff just changes the icons, right? So let's make sure they match armor to armor, potion to potion, warehouse to warehouse, and dust to dust. We are good. And then these should match too. Armor, potion, warehouse, weapon. Armor, potion, warehouse, weapon. Yep, great. Yeah, so again, uncontroversial change. When there are no perks possible, we should do what Vampire Survivors did and have 2 evergreen options. Most players will never see this, but it's important that we cover this edge case. What if we just disabled the button? Yeah, let's just do that. I think that's smarter for now, at least. So in the town perk generator, we would need to know what all of the available choices are and then just see that there is at least one. Wait, eligible perks, what is that? Oh, I see. Okay, so how about we go do that? We make a new function here. Public static this get eligible perks. I can't type at all. And then does it take the same things? No, it should take a town perk choice tracker. Does it need that? I don't think it needs that. No, it doesn't need that. It just needs a town. All right, so now we copy paste the entirety of this function into here. And then we return this. Well, we could save it like that. I think that's fine. Return eligible perks. Okay, and then up here we do list of eligible perks equals get. Easy peasy. What is AC? Where's that? It's right there. Why do we need that? I see. Town perk choice, the abilities component. I guess we could do it like that. Okie doke. Actually, I kind of like doing it that way. And now what we'll do is there is a button that can get disabled, and we do this for the building generator. Or no, not for that. I don't remember what we called it. Yeah, I don't remember what we called it. Perk choice tracker. No, if I just search for buy button not disable, it should be there somewhere. Yeah, what is this? Build panel tab. Okay, that's what I want. So just copy paste this into the into the town panel tab. Yeah, that. Hey, what do you know? Here it is. Okay, so then what we need to do is just disable this thing. So if town generator dot get eligible perks is 0, then say no more perks available. Otherwise, set this to by perk. Okay, now the only way to test this and not take a million hours doing it is to make it so that we can only generate like one perk. Oh, this probably won't work, will it? Because you can unlock a new building and then get new perks that way. Oh, okay. Well, we got to test that then. Yeah, I'm glad I actually looked at this. So let's pick the simplest one, item stacking. And let's put that one in. So I think the first part of this is going to work where we're going to max out this skill and then it's going to say you don't have any more perks. But then we're going to build a building and I think it's going to break. So if we do this, we should see one perk. We get it. We see one perk. We get it. And now there are no perks available. But if we build a building, now this button became enabled. That's kind of funny. But its text didn't change. How did it? Huh. How did it become enabled? Because of this. That's probably an issue too, isn't it? Which means that after you've chosen every building, that button can become enabled there too. All right, so we just found a bug. I'm nearly positive this is going to repro over here. So this says no more buildings available. If I give myself money, yeah, it becomes enabled again. Okay, that's a bug. Bug, the buy perk buttons can get disabled if there are no more choices, but then modifying money. Then modifying money will enable them again. And then there's another bug that we just coded, which is when you have no more town perks available, disable the button like we do for buildings / adventures. So how do we want to do this? This thing only gets called when you do what? When the perk choices change. But we're going to need to call this whenever you choose a building perk and maybe when you hire adventurers. What hotkeys are you using to move through Google Docs so smoothly? In here? So the only things I really use for Google Docs that might be surprising, I guess, at least on Mac, Alt up and down will go to the next bullet point. So like here, if I just press down, it'll go down to the word R because that's the next line. But if I press Alt down, it'll go to the end of the bullet point. And then I sometimes move bullet points around with Control Shift up and down. But other than that, I don't think there's anything crazy I'm doing. I have multiple tabs open, so maybe that's what you're seeing, is I'm just switching between tabs. Yeah, I'm happy to answer this kind of question. I'm just not totally sure what I did. Okay, so I guess every time you unlock any kind of perk, we should probably update the town perks. So we have chose perk somewhere, right? How do you highlight a word or sentence like with V and Vim? I just use Alt Shift left and right. Or Alt Shift down, up and down. So that is Alt Shift down. Oops, there we go. Yeah, so this, if the cursor is here and I press that, Alt Shift down, it highlights the whole thing. How do you get the pop-up in VS Code when you want to search something with regex? So for that, I type just anything into the search. And then I click this button to open in the search view. And then I just use regex over here. Alternatively, if you just want to use like Command F or Control F, you can search with regex in the current file. But the only way to search in regex in your whole project is you have to use the full search. I don't think you can search with regex here. So if I type something like Player dot star. Yeah, even that alone should have already found something, and it doesn't because it's searching literally here. And I think there's no option to make this use regex. So you have to click this, which has a bug right now. So you see how I have player dot star typed. If you search with a regex in there, it doesn't update the text over here. But if I type player and click that, then it will copy the word player over there. So there's some like little oddities with the fast search. I don't have a Mac, so that might be why it looks like magic. Oh, it would still work on Windows. On Windows, you'd use Control Shift and then arrow keys to select words. This generally works in any program, by the way. So like you can in Word, in VS Code, in Notepad, you can press Control Shift left and it's going to select these words on Windows. And then to select, I don't remember the shortcut because I haven't done this on Windows in a while. But all the equivalents exist on Windows. You just need to try modifier keys and see which one it is. Yeah. Is having a dedicated code editor. Yeah. Works on Linux too. Yeah, it's super helpful. Also, if you don't know that, then you probably don't know this, which is really helpful too. If you single click and drag, it's going to select by character. That you definitely know. But if you double click and drag, it only selects by word boundaries. It's like I cannot select ARR here. That's impossible because I double click to start this drag. And if you triple click and drag, you select entire lines. So now I can't even select an individual word anymore. I'm only selecting lines. So those are pretty helpful too, because sometimes you're like, oh, I want to delete these words. So just double click and drag, and you don't need to be exactly accurate with where you start and where you end. You can just double click, select a few, delete them. Now delete on Windows, now delete the whole line. So those are pretty helpful too. And again, those work pretty much everywhere on the OS. Hey, Zico. Yeah, the three clicks thing is maybe a little less helpful, but like I said, it generally works everywhere. So like here I can select by line again, and I'm in Google Docs doing this. So it is a nice feature to know about. Because yeah, a lot of times you're like, I want to delete all this stuff and I don't want to have to select exactly there to exactly there. It's like you just drag from top to bottom and no horizontal movement. All right, so something needs to update the town perks thing when you get a building perk. And the when you get a building perk part is not the easiest to figure out. This comes from a tab here, chose perk. Or Shift V in Vim. Yeah. There are definitely ways you would do things in Vim that would not exist outside of Vim keyboard shortcuts. Google Docs by default doesn't have them. There might be an extension or something. Well, actually, I'd be pretty impressed if there was a Google Docs extension because it's not actually in the DOM. It's in a canvas. So you'd have to know their document model. And I don't even think you have access to that. But for the rest of the web, it's possible. As long as it's in the DOM. You're working on the game full time right now? Yeah. This is my job. All right, so chose perk is here. What listens for this? All perks tree listens for a town perk. Adventures panel tab listens for buildings perks. So the town perk thing needs to probably listen to the building perks one. Can we do that? I guess we can, yeah. town.ui.menu.building perks dot chose perk choices change. Where's what I'm looking for here? What's it called? I just looked at it. I don't remember what it's called. It's called chose perk, but that's not a. Oh, weird. Wait, right? No, it's not. It's choices changed. There is no chose perk from this. This is a tracker though. I guess I want the. Oh, where does this thing exist? Build. I want the build panel. Where's the build panel? The panel tab container has it. Oh, I never exposed this. Perks panel. Choose battle perks panel. I think that's what I want. And I guess all I care about is that it's another perks panel tab, huh? Although if I'm going to do this anyway, why don't I just fetch this from... Why is this red? Because it's the wrong type? Because this doesn't inherit from... All right, there. I figured it out. All right, so now we have chose perk. All right, so when you choose a perk from here, we want to update the buy button. Building something can make more town perks available. Currently, that's not true for adventurers. There is no adventurer specific perk, but we do need a code for that later if we end up adding these. So I'm going to write an implementation note directly in here. Implementation note. If you ran out of town perks, the button gets disabled. So if adventurer perks allow you to, so if unlocking an adventurer perk would allow you to choose a new town perk, we need to re-enable the button like we do when you build a building. Okay, let's go try that. So the repro is really simple, and I think we've already fixed it. But again, we're going to test this out. So all we need to do is buy all the perks available to us. And I only have 2, 1 and 2, and we're done. So this is now disabled. And then when I build, it should be enabled again. It is technically enabled again, but this isn't working. It still says no more perks available. Oh, probably because this is being done in the wrong order. Sure love when I do that. Uh-oh. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Let's click this. Uh-oh. What did I do? Hey, the VD Code Warrior. What did I do? Is this not a thing? We must call this, right? Chose perk. Where does chose perk get used from? Add perk choice. And when you've chosen it, call into this. So is that not a thing over here? Click and click. It is a thing. And then this should be listening for it. Maybe this is null. Maybe there was an exception. No. Not null. I'm so confused then why this isn't working. I'm in town perks. Update buy button isn't even being called. All right, let's go into this. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, nothing's listening for this. Did I not rebuild this? I did rebuild this. I'm still confused as to how this could be problematic. All right, so I build a building. This gets called. Nothing's listening to it. I'm still not sure how that would be possible because we're listening right here, unless this thing doesn't exist. All right, then let's put a breakpoint there. What am I missing? The breakpoint didn't get hit? Do we never initialize this? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. So does this exist? Yes. And that does too. Huh. Thank you, teacher Adam. You're welcome. All right, I am baffled. I am absolutely baffled. This thing is getting emitted when you build a building, but it's not actually, it's not being listened to. Are we in the right spot? This is a choose perks panel tab. Can we just type this? This should be a, it should be for building perks. Get children. This is not going to be easy. They're both VBox containers. Yuck. All right, how do we find what I want to find? 0.get children. There's 2 things in there too, a panel and a margin container. This is the worst. An HBox container. 2 more HBox containers. All right, let's just keep examining this. A label in an HBox container. What is in this thing? A label. Aha! What's your text? No, it does not contain a definition for text. That can't be correct. Are you not a rich text label? You are. Why does it say it doesn't contain definition for text? Rich text label. Maximum money. Okay, I'm in the wrong spot. Oh well. Let's look at this one more time and just see, is there something that stands out? Otherwise, we need to debug this a little bit more. Maybe something else is wrong here. Adventure battle perks chose perk. This is perk was chosen. Oh, do we never call into the base class? The perk choice itself knows that this was the case, though. Yeah, so it definitely knows how this works. And we could put... Yeah, we could put a breakpoint here. And then when we build a building, that'll get hit first. Yeah. So now this is being called from up here. So if we skip up one, we get down to chose perk. What am I missing? Maybe I chose the wrong thing from here. No, that looks correct. Choose battle perks panel tab. Maybe I typed the wrong thing in the other part of this. That's possible. No, choose battle perks panel. What am I missing? I don't see what I'm missing. Yeah, I obviously have not thought of everything here, but I can't see where my blind spot is. And even debugging this, it's like, why is this not going into that event listener that I have? There are other tiny explanations that could be here, like maybe we have two of these somehow, and I'm not expecting to have two of these. I don't know how that would be the case, though. This thing exists when we listen for this. It's already a control. We invoke this thing correctly. All right, let's simplify this. Let's make another thing here and just make a lambda. I can't even call gt.print. Okay, well, whatever. Int x equals 5. It just needs to be something I can put a breakpoint on. And then get rid of the argument for that. So nothing's going to invoke this either, I'm guessing. Like, it's not just that our buy button isn't being called, is it? Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm dumb. I looked at that like a million times. I'm typing battle here. This is the building thing I want, not the battle thing. I even explicitly looked for that. I'm like, I want the battle one, and I made sure battle was typed as opposed to town. But I'm not looking for either one of those things. I'm looking for the build one. So where's the build panel? We don't have access to the build panel from here. We can get it though. Build panel. There. God, it's so ridiculous. All right, now what's the problem with this? Build panel. We don't save this? Is it not called the build panel? What am I doing? There. We got it. We did it. I finally realized. All right, so get the build panel, and when we choose a perk there is when we want to do this stuff. All right, that's it. This should have been dead simple. Should have been and was, and I just got turned around. You know, one of the things I remember not maybe when I first got started with programming, but a lot of times you do something like you have, you know, string path and you have whatever C/ users / Adam / whatever. And you try reading the path and you're like, oh, this broke. Why did this break? And now it's clear from the syntax highlighting here, but you can see like, oh, the backslashes aren't escaped. So it's treating this as a \u character and then a \a character and then a \w. So then you do this and you fix the backslashes being escaped and then it still fails. And that's when you realize like, oh, whoops, I have a typo on whatever. And I didn't realize that. So at some point you internalize those problems and you're like, all right, I'm just going to always look over my paths because if there's a problem, I'll just see, is that correct? And I did that in this case without realizing like, oh, I'm not on Windows. Like that's essentially the problem I just ran into here. And it's like, oh, I need to be in, /users/Adam/whatever. That's the equivalent of what I just ran into here. I verified a thing and just forgot what I was verifying. So now it should work. We buy this perk, we max this out. This now says no perks available. We build any building, and now this says buy perk again. Now we can buy all of these, which is going to take a long time because there are a lot to get through. Okay, and then it says no perks available again, and then we build another building, and now it says buy perk again. So that is working as intended. So let's go back to the to-do list here. When you have no more town perks, disable the button like we do for buildings and adventurers. Buy perk buttons can get disabled if there are more choices. Modifying that, yep, cool. Let's go check that out. All right, so we don't want to break all of this stuff. Put that back. Did that work? Yeah, probably. That looks good. That looks good. Does no more perks available show up for this too? Is that the same wording? No more buildings available. So no more perks available makes sense for perks, I guess. That's fine. And then technically we don't need the choose battle perks tab. Yeah, because I never use that anywhere. All right, so this should still build. Is there a playable demo? Yeah, there's been a playable demo for many months now, I think. I don't actually remember when I first made this available. I guess we could find out on Steam. But yes, the playable demo exists. It is probably about 2 hours of gameplay. There have been something like 7,000 people who've played it, which is great. All right, there's nothing else I need to test here, right? Yeah. Okay, so what did we do here? Disable town perks button appropriately. When you run out of town perks, the button will be disabled. Building a building can add new town perks. So we may re-enable the button if you build something. Okay, so now we have to figure out this problem. This, I think, should be easy. We enable this if you have perk choices. So I guess we should cache whether you have perk choices so we don't need to compute this every single time. Yeah. So let's do private bool. Actually, the parent class could know this, that you ran out of choices or not. And then in that case, just don't do anything here. But I guess the parent class isn't going to have any of that logic anyway. Private bool built everything. This will need to get initialized though when we load from a save file so that we don't enable the buttons again. Is there a better way of doing this? I'll just write in the save file notes, make sure booleans like this are being restored correctly upon loading. All right, so built everything is here, true. And then up here, disabled, the button is disabled if this is true or if your money is less than a certain amount. So if you already built everything, there is no enabling it again. And the same thing kind of needs to be done for town perks. So this is like has available town perks. Has available town perks will go into here. Why don't we do this like this? This would makes this look a little bit better, I think. Yeah, so built everything is equal to the count of this is 0. And then if you built everything, yeah, that looks a lot nicer. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the town. So this is has available town perks. So has available town perks is going to be equal to this count is greater than 0. So if you have available town perks, then you can buy one. And if you don't have them, then they're disabled. And up here, it's disabled if you don't have available town perks, or if the money is less than a certain amount. So maybe for consistency, we should rename this to has available buildings. Yeah. So this is not has available buildings. This is that is greater than 0. And then we put this up there. All right, for adventurers, the same thing probably happens. Higher panel tab. Yeah. Private bool has available adventurers. We gotta make sure this works. That is greater than 0. So if you have the available ones, put that there and that up there, and then change this to you don't have available ones or that. Yeah, perfect. Okay, and that's everything. There are also battle perks, but battle perks are never disabled. Never disabled permanently. You can never run out. There's an infinite amount of those. So we don't need to do any special logic there. What's this? Get eligible perks. Seriously? Adventurer perk choice generator. That get eligible perks town. It should be. I don't know how that even happened. Boomer, thanks for the resub. Actually, I guess sub. I guess you resubbed. You had subbed on your other account, so this is a resub from that point of view. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. How are you doing? So higher, we want to take this code. I don't know what it created. Yeah. So click this and put this here. So if the count is equal to this, then you have gotten all of the ones that you can have. If the count is less than this, then you can still hire more. Doing well? I'm also doing well. We've been making great strides on challenge mode. And I wonder what people will think about the mode. But we need to get through a lot of balance before that's even possible to gauge. And I think we're still probably at least another like 2 work days away from that. But once we get started on balance, I think it's going to be kind of fun at first. Then it's going to turn into a giant slog. Okay, so hiring adventurers. So if you've unlocked all of the adventurers, so let's get all of them. I didn't need to do this. Okay, so there's no more adventurers available. Now, if your money changes, it does not enable this button. So it should be the same thing with buildings. Build, 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 build. And then it's not available. We change our money, doesn't become available. And then town perks, I don't want to click like a million things here. So let's not test that one. Well, maybe 2 work days. I'm not sure. At least 2 work days is what I should say. So this looks like it all worked correctly. Fix buy button enabled state. We would enable a buy button if you had enough money for the next perk's cost, even if the next perk didn't exist. Now we ensure there's going to be another choice before enabling the button. Yeah. Okay. All right, nice. So that bug is done. Where are we at? This. Okay, so now when upgrading this we're going to just put in the cleanup thing. I don't want to tackle too much of that sort of task. So now we're essentially on the balance tasks. This first one talks about changing loot that drops from locations. And I said the first location should probably drop 1 of each kind of item. Ideally, we'd randomize it all, update the rewards tooltip on the battle map, and change the inputs for quests. Make sure quests take items you can get from these locations. File it to do item about not faking the stuff. All right. What are we going to do here? So the loot that drops from instances is pulled from this data. Maybe we should just make a challenge mode version of this data. And maybe it should be dynamically created. Trying to get rid of Spotify. Made sure Skeleseller is in there. Oh man. Everyone's allowed to make their own choices. I'm not sure the best way how to do this will be, because right now we have you going through the game with the locations that existed from the get-go, and we probably need to randomize these locations somehow and make sure you're not like getting too much money at any given point. I know I'll fix this. A very poorly created rap. All right, so let's think of the thing that we gotta come up with here. So for the main game mode, all of the drops are the same for everyone who plays. For challenge mode, we wanted to do some randomization. So I guess it all depends on what we're randomizing here. Are we randomizing more than just the loot? If we are, then we probably want an entirely separate set of data for challenge mode. Then we just pick the right data based on whether we're in challenge mode or not. But if it's just the loot, then we can just override the loot part of this stuff. Alternatively, is this read only? Yes, it is. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say alternatively we could just change what's in here, but we can't. So I don't think we ever want to change the map. I think the map should always look like this, but changing the enemies within, changing the loot, changing the level, those are things I could see us doing, which at that point is essentially like all of the data. So I guess we should just make a copy of this and say that it's for challenge mode. But maybe we generate it on the fly. All right, so let's try something here. Oh, I really don't like this. I just really, really don't like this. All right, let me think about this. So everywhere that we use data, which is in what? 7 places, 6 other places, I guess. So we'll need to dynamically pull from the correct kind of data based on whether or not we're in challenge mode, which only the town knows, but now something else is going to need to know because all this was static. Oh, God. We have a Boolean flag. It's just stored in the town, and the town isn't static. We could technically store this in a Boolean static flag, and I suppose we do have that already, but yeah, well, I guess at the end of the day, what we're going to need is like regular mode data and challenge mode data. So I could just make a new dictionary here and call it like challenge mode data. So just copy paste that and call this challenge mode data. And instead of potions from the forest, let's have it drop, I don't know, fire swords, fire axe, doesn't matter. Now it says it's unused. And everywhere that we access this, thankfully, since this is private, we've properly encapsulated this. So if I were to just say data equals challenge mode data, everything would just work and use challenge mode data. So validate this, validate the challenge mode one. So that's 1 out of 6 we're done with now. And then we need to do this for, can we like concat this with challenge mode data? Yeah, cool. So now we're done with 2 out of 6. So now what's this? Debug print expected average drop stats. This is just a debug function, so I don't think we need this. Alternatively, we could call in to get data for whatever we have here. Although that's probably done before we even set that we're in challenge mode. So then get previous instance ID. This is technically the same regardless of whether we're in data or not. So we could have this remain the same, but I think what we need to do is change this. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to say title screen dot challenge mode. Oh, come on. Is challenge mode? Where is this thing? Maybe it's not in title screen. Where'd I put this? Where did I put this? Chose challenge mode? Gameplay mode? Chosen gameplay? I don't know. I don't remember where it is. Let's search for gameplay mode. There it is. Gameplay mode selected. That's what I want. So title screen dot gameplay mode selected is challenge mode. Challenge mode data. Otherwise, instance data. Not gonna lie, I played the demo. Honestly, I enjoyed it so much. Kudos, man. You made something amazing. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. All right, so this goes through all data. I guess we need to figure out which data we're getting here. So I guess let's make a private static get data. So data needs to be one of these. And we just do that. Then we call this from here. And from here. And anywhere else we have data. All right, that should do it. That should do it. So now let's go test it out. So if we go to the forest in regular mode, it'll drop potions. If we go to the forest in challenge mode, it's going to drop axes. So yeah, let's try it out. Start battle. There's some axes. This is a really cool fire axe. It's worth 0 gold. And we can put it in our shop. Neat. Now let's go into regular mode. Whoops. I almost clicked the wrong thing. Actually, did I just break something? Why'd that like glitch out? All right, so now we win this forest battle. And we get potions. Okay, cool. It's working. So now, now this is going to be difficult because we've got to balance this based on, yeah, we basically have to start writing balance for now. Adam hates tests. Adam doesn't hate tests. I think games and tests are weird. And I think especially with a small team, and especially because our tests would not be like fast to run if they involve Godot, because they need Godot running for that. So I've basically just been omitting tests this whole time. And yeah, I started my career as an automated test writer. And at every major company I've worked at, I've written tests. And even for Botland, I wrote a ton of tests. Although I do think that the test for Botland, I eventually just neglected because I was like, man, it's just slowing down my development velocity. Anyway, I recognize the value of tests, but I also think that there is a time and place to apply that value. And if you're working on a game project you're trying to release and it would have taken you 2 years to release the game, I think it's going to take even longer if you're writing tests and releasing the game. But if you release a successful game, you'll be very happy you had those tests. If you release an unsuccessful game, then you'll be very unhappy that you had those tests because you'll be like, oh, I spent an extra quarter of the time writing tests that never mattered. Hey, Goose. And thanks for the resub, Vince. Yeah, so short story, I don't hate tests. I just think it's very tough for games. And I mentioned this before, but I've spent maybe a week on challenge mode. On coding, at least. The game design took longer. But let's say I was writing tests this whole time. It probably would have taken like maybe 9 days instead of 7 if I wrote tests. And then let's say we scrapped the whole thing. It's like, that's an extra 2 days I'm not going to get back. It's not clear to me when you should start, how much coverage, etc. I think in general, I'd probably say it should be bug driven. Like if you ever have a bug, write a test, make sure it doesn't ever regress in the future. Because that points out that your real world data showed there was a bug here. And then for anything mission critical. So if it's a single player game, probably just player save files. Excuse me. If it's a multiplayer game, probably your entire backend. So just write regression tests. Pretty much. And then some of the more defensive ones around the mission critical stuff. So like you don't want a player to lose their save file. You don't want a player's data to get hacked. You don't want certain cheats to exist. Those are things you would probably code around ahead of time. But yeah, like would you test that your sword attack is doing the right damage it should be doing? Like maybe. It might be fast enough to write that test. But if it turns out to not do the right damage, then what's the impact on your game? Is it like, well, the whole game is broken because we're talking about Legend of Zelda and you only have a sword? Or is it like, well, swords are a little too powerful or a little too weak? So yeah, all depends on the game. Okay, well, we have the ability to do this now. And like I said, I think it's kind of impossible to avoid the balance part of this. Yeah, we need to modify quests too. Maybe the way that quests should work, maybe these should be coded such that they always pull certain items from certain instances rather than having hard-coded items. E.g., require 14 of the second item from the third location. Test-driven development, it may not be viable for game dev. I think you can do it. Rymu was doing it for his game. The thing is, it's hard to ever say that this pays off because, like, Rymu also put that game on hold a while ago. I don't know if he'll ever go back to it, but if he does go back to it, having those tests will give him confidence in the code that he writes. If he never goes back to it, then having those tests probably wouldn't have really mattered. God, I just can't wrap my head around how best to start this. I think we got to change item data as well. And I'd love to not change values here. I guess we could just manifest copies of these items just for challenge mode if we ever do want to change values. Because I don't want to manifest entirely new items. Then again, we could have overrides for these or something. Yeah, streets ahead. Bear down for midterms. All right, well, our task is to find some like stupid looking weapon and a stupid looking armor. And that way we can give you those from the forest. I guess they should be a little different from the stuff you've been getting already. Would it be that bad if we gave you... I should just manifest new items. There's something to be said for whenever you see this graphic that you know how much this thing costs off the top of your head. Because that's what the like super hardcore players are going to do. They're going to be like, oh, that's 16 gold. But then if you're like, well, unless you're on challenge mode and then it's only 12 gold or something. There's no real way to do that. Yeah, there's no real way to do that. Hey, LA, how you doing? And hey, engineer. Yeah, there was this talk in Hearthstone a while ago, and it was about, I think, Fiery War Axe in Hearthstone. So this was a card that used to be, and maybe it still is now. Yeah, this is what it used to be. It had a 2 at the upper left, and then they changed it to a 3. And the game designer at the time said, people are going to be really confused if they played the game and that was 2 and they come back and now it's 3. And he had a point to some extent. I'm not even explaining what these numbers mean. If you never played Hearthstone, it doesn't matter. A number changed on the card and that matters. So I think the same thing can kind of be said for anything where it's like we have a small blue potion and it's 3 gold in the regular mode. And then in challenge mode, we bump it up to 5 gold. That's not really a problem, especially not for this game. It's not a multiplayer game. You can spend your time looking at things. But I wonder if, like, I think my conclusion is we should be able to change costs as we wish. And then the only question is, should we also change the name when we do that? So for example, in Hearthstone, could they have called this Fiery War Axe and they could have called this one like Sharp Bladed Axe? And now they're two different cards, but they're essentially the same thing. They had the same graphic. So like Small Blue Potion gets renamed to just Blue Potion or something like that, or Tiny Blue Potion. And they're just different items. Although then I guess we'd manifest different descriptions as well. So I think my conclusion for now is we should be able to change the cost as we wish, and we shouldn't have to change the names or graphics. Names, graphics, or descriptions, at least for now. Yeah. What's going to be the price point on this bad boy? Expensive Blue Potion. Yeah, $500. If you know the game, I don't know if it's even a serious question, but if you know the game, I'm probably leaning toward like $15 at this point. Okay, so I should write this down in the design just so I never question this again. Where are items in here? I don't have items written down. Items. We should manifest new items whenever we want a challenge mode specific cost. But we shouldn't worry about changing names, graphics, or descriptions. Rationale. This isn't Fiery War Axe in Hearthstone. We don't need to worry about confusing players between the two modes, since people probably won't even play the main game mode after trying challenge mode, so those values wouldn't matter. I have a Groupon. It says 1 small blue potion, buy one get one free. Will you honor this in Skeleton? Excuse me, sir. Your advertisement says this hasn't expired yet. Okay, so then if that's our conclusion, then what we should do is we should take the cloaks that we normally give you that cost 6 gold and just make them cost 3 gold. So I'm going to do this, and it's going to be really stupid. We're going to call this challenge mode hooded cloak. And we're going to make one of those. Challenge mode. And this is going to just be worth 3. And that's it. And this is now stupid, I'm realizing, because if we're going to copy all these things, then this is not the way we would do this. We could just change these record structs so that they're not read-only. And we could apply like a mask to this. Alternatively, what we could do is we could make challenge mode items, and if this thing exists in the challenge mode section, we pull it from there. Okay, hold on, let me think about that. Because yeah, otherwise this is kind of dumb. Yeah, like I don't think this is a way of doing this. We essentially have overrides for these things. But we need to pull from here if it exists. Take all the existing ones and override only what's needed, which I guess is value for now. Ooh, all right. I'm still debating on how I want to do this. So let's put this back for now, and then let's write some options. So problem, we want to have items that are different in challenge mode. We want to modify some items properties just for challenge mode. I think that's the real thing. So option 1 would be have a totally different dictionary with all item data and have it be solely for challenge mode. Option 2 is manifest challenge mode specific items. E.g. hooded cloak becomes challenge mode hooded cloak. Option 3 is manifest only the differences for challenge mode. So we would try looking up an item in the challenge mode specific dictionary, and if it doesn't exist, we fall back to the original one. I'm leaning toward 3 for this. Wouldn't option 2 be best for preventing bugs and exploits? Any of these can prevent bugs and exploits. I think I'm more concerned with what's the developer experience for this stuff. So like, let's say you have a totally different dictionary for this, and in challenge mode you pull from that, and in regular mode you pull from the first one. It's like, well, then we need to duplicate this entire thing and make sure that for challenge mode we've got stats that make sense for challenge mode. Whereas I don't know how often we're going to be doing this. In fact, I kind of think maybe this may be the best starting strategy since it's the fastest. Alternatively, another thing we could do is option 4 is just manifest a different value for challenge mode. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but that would also work. So there's a value here, and in challenge mode, we're like, oh, that value is something higher. Hang on 1 second. Hang on, my wife is calling. I'll be right back. Okay, that was easy. She didn't realize I was streaming. So the value thing, overriding just that. I mean, wherever we pull the value, we need to know whether it's challenge mode, which an item itself does not know. And we potentially use item data.value in other places. Yeah, this does not have access to the town. So it wouldn't know if it's challenge mode. I think I'm leaning toward either this or this. Either way, keeping all of this inside the class over here that we have. All right, let's mock up option 3 and see what that looks like. Yeah, so let's delete this thing. And let's delete this. And inside of all item data, we're going to make a new dictionary of just what's value, a long or an int? A long. Okay, a new dictionary of just this, which is like challenge mode item values. And we'll make this cool. And we'll say, how about we just start with what's the axe? Fire axe? We'll set fire axe to be 10. Sure. So that's it. That's an example that we have. And now when we pull items, oh wait, we can't do that because these are read only. Drat. Yeah, drat. We could return a new item data out of this. Yeah, I guess we could do that. All right, so if title screen dot gameplay mode stopped working. Is it gameplay mode or gameplay mode selected? What's going on right now? Yeah, there we go. So if this is challenge mode and try get value, then return a new thing that has all of those same things. This looks like it should work. Why is it not working? Item data doesn't contain a definition for category. Yes, it does. It's called item category. Oh my God. All right, then the challenge mode value, is that what the next thing is? That's display name. I didn't get any of this stuff right, did it? So item category, name, text, value. Value is the 4th thing. Then the atlas coordinates and whether or not it's rare. Can we have just a duplicate or like duplicate with overridden value? Public item data clone with value override. Whoa, that's it? This is one of those times AI honestly impressed me. All right, so return item data dot clone. Why is that not there? Because that should be static. We're cloning an existing item data. Okay, I see. So we want to do this. And then just take the challenge mode value. Easy. Yeah, except for I forgot the word clone in there. Easy. All right, nice. Let's try it out. So those fiery war axes that we have should be worth 10, but only in challenge mode. But this item doesn't exist in regular mode. But still, if we beat the forest, we should get some axes worth 10. Nice. It worked. Okay, so then let's try it with an item that actually exists in both. Let's change small blue potion to be worth 10. And let's change challenge mode instance data to drop small blue potions. All right, so now there's an item that's in each mode. And we're going to try getting a potion in each mode and then just seeing what the value is. This should be much faster because we can just cheat the potions in. So we're in challenge mode. They should be worth 10. Yep. And then in regular mode, they should be worth 3. Yep. I'm going to go back to challenge mode just to make sure. Yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah. I think this is a good way of doing things. So now that we have the machinery in place for this, we need the forest in challenge mode to drop 1 weapon, 1 armor, and 1 potion. And they should all be worth 3. So what's a dinky looking weapon over here? Probably that. Yeah, so maybe that weapon. Wait, what's the first weapon you get in the game? In the normal game. It is... Well, technically it's the boss weapon, but beyond that, it is the bow. So yeah, let's drop bows for you. Yeah, a wooden sword would be okay too. Do we have a wooden sword? No, we've only got cool looking swords. We can make stick. It's a weapon. Yeah, I think we'll make it drop the bow. So where is the challenge mode for us? Here it is. So I'll have it drop the bow, and we'll have it drop 0 to 1 of these. And then new small blue potion. Probably also maybe like 0 to 2 of those. And then the cloak, 0 to 1 of those. So on average, you're getting 0.5 plus 1 plus 0.5. So on average, you're getting 2 items, which is what we used to give anyway. And now we want the bow and the hooded cloak to be worth less. So we go to all item data and set the bow to be worth 3 and the hooded cloak to be worth 3. A cool looking wooden sword. Hey, Raven. How can you not have one? I don't think it'd be that hard to just recolor one of these to make it look more like wood. But yeah, I don't think we have one now. I don't think it matters too much. All right, so now you can actually utilize all of your shops just by winning at the forest. So if we go fight in the forest and we win. Oh, it says 0 bows. Interesting. And did it modify this correctly? It did. Wow. That's pretty nice. So it is possible for you to beat this and get nothing. It's unlikely. So far, we've gotten something every time. Yep, still got something. Why am I even doing this? What are the odds of this happening? We need a 50% chance, a 33% chance, and a 50% chance. So that's what? Like an 8% chance of like 1 out of 12 times you'll get nothing. And you'll be very mad. I wonder if we should stop that from happening. Like always give you at least something. Otherwise, you probably just restart in challenge mode pretty much immediately. All right, well, let's go back to the to-do list. So first location should drop 1 of each kind of item. That way they're maximized. Yep. All right, so we'll go check that in. These imports got checked in. Add missing.import files. Why do we even need import files? Do those exist for everything? Yes, they do. Never. Keep the troll in. Imagine, I mean, a 1 out of 12 chance means that if you fail it twice, it's a 1 out of 144 chance. That's not so crazy, right? That's a little less than 1%. So out of 144 people who play, one of those players is going to do 2 battles and get nothing. That's going to feel really bad. And then we can make that go even further. 144 times 12. 1 divided by that times 100 is a 0.06% chance that you don't get items 3 times in a row. We're not talking like lottery numbers here, right? This is not a 1 out of a million chance. So it's just I don't know. I'll think about that later. It'll be wonderful to watch. It'll be like, isn't there supposed to be loot in this game? I really want those upgrades. Okay. So allow for changing items in challenge mode. To do this, I duplicated all location data since we'll probably want to change more than items eventually. I sort of wonder if that was a bad move. It's at least okay to start with. But yeah, I should probably write this in a cleanup phase or something. Did we use duplicated instance data for challenge mode? Or did we just override items that can drop? If it's the latter, perhaps we should do what we did for item data and just override one property of grinding for items with lower drop chances. Yeah, but probably it wasn't the very first enemy you killed in a game about selling items. Because imagine if that happened. Imagine if in a tutorial they're like, okay, now attack this enemy, and you attack and it misses, and they're like, that's okay, just attack again, and you attack again and it misses, and they're like, that's okay, just attack again. How many times did you do that before you're like, maybe this game's broken? It's like you should just prevent that from happening, right? Also, we use the static Boolean from the title screen to tell if we're in challenge mode. You want to be this person that fails 3 times in a row. It's not even that crazy. I mean, what, after 1,200 tries, you'll have it happen, and each try probably takes you like what, maybe 15 seconds. So on average, it should take you 5 hours. That's not so crazy. Of course, you'd have to be paying attention that it even happened. No, wait, is that true? No, each average attempt would take you longer than 15 seconds. So never mind. Could make it a speed run. That'd be the world's worst speed run. Let's try to get a bad outcome as quickly as possible. A bad and boring outcome. Not even beating the game. Okay, looks good. All right, so let's do some basic balancing. This should be fun to start with, and it'll get very boring very quickly because balance is not a fun task. So we'd randomize it all, update the rewards tooltip, change the inputs requests. For very first version, we should just curate the loot list to be a little of everything. Make sure quests take items that you can get from these locations, and file it to do item about not faking this stuff eventually. So nothing stops you at the very beginning from taking this quest, but then the next quest, there's no guarantee that you can complete, right? What does the next quest take? Yellow potions and boots. So unless we guarantee that we drop those from the next location. But yeah, I think hard coding all this stuff rather than randomizing it is probably a good idea first. Let's try to get something that's at least fun for somebody. So yeah, let's start a new game. And let's just take whatever it gives us. And we haven't balanced anything yet. So we have the archer. We're going to send them in the forest immediately. And we're going to have that run on auto battle. I shouldn't have clicked that. I accidentally sped it up a little bit. So the interesting thing here is you only have one worker. and you're going to get a few different items. So you're probably going to manually move this stuff around for a little bit. Oh, and we have 50 gold. So let's hire another adventurer. We'll get the spirit caller, and then we'll send them into battle as well. So now we're going to get double the number of items. There's another cloak. We haven't gotten any weapons yet. And it's been almost a minute so far, and we've gotten 6 gold. So our target goal is 50,000. I think you probably need to start the town with more customers. Oh man, it happened. We got 0 of everything. What a ripoff. Yeah, this is just like super boring. We need to speed this up. So I think what we should do is make the starting cost. First of all, we need to make it so that the costs go up for perks. So I guess let's go code that first. Where is that written? Make sure costs go up. Yeah. Okay, so there's a perk choice tracker, which has a cost of next perk here. How should we do this? We probably want different costs for different things. And we probably want this to be based on a formula and not based on some like hard-coded values. Although, don't we have something in stat computations that does use a formula at some point and hard-coded values? Nope. Cost functions, maybe? Get within bounds, get within bounds. Okay, this does it. But this needs to do it based on cumulative costs. So here's what I'm thinking. We do something like this. We say like town perk costs equals, and then we specify a few different levels here. Maybe we try to have it be a pretty smooth progression at first, so something like that. Then maybe it jumps up a little bit more, and then maybe a little bit more after that. Actually, I guess since you're recollecting all the gold, honestly, maybe just having it go by 5 every time is fine. Yeah, let's start simple. Let's do that. So let's say that the cost of the next perk is going to be 10 plus the number of perks you've already chosen times 5. Now this is technically going to apply to everything, and we have many different things you can get. So this is for adventurers, for town perks, for buildings, and for battle perks. There are only 6 buildings though, and there are only 9 hireable adventurers. So those probably shouldn't cost like 10 and then 15 and then 20 because you'll unlock them all super fast. So yeah, let's change those around a little bit. We'll make this a virtual long, and then we'll go into building perk. What's it called? Oh, we don't have a perk choice tracker for that. Oh, except for I wanted that at some point. I guess we're finally gonna make it. I just commented this stuff out. Well, would you look at that? It's finally time to use them. And we actually did use this, right? Yes, we did. Well, look at me go. I'm so happy that I let that in. All right, so we're going to do building. We're going to spell it correctly. Building perk choice tracker. And then rename this to building. And then override this. We're just going to take a best guess at first for what sounds like some good numbers here. So this is going to be override. So building should be more expensive and should probably rise faster. So this should maybe be 25 and should go up by 25 each time. That sounds pretty reasonable. Exponential component in the growth formula gives it a slight increase in difficulty as you go along, pressuring the player to commit more effort into each purchase. I think just having a rising cost is okay. If it's exponential, I think at some point you'd expect to have exponential growth of your money as well. And I don't think that's going to happen. But this is why we got to play test this, because I really don't know what's going to happen. So maybe what we should do, town perks. Let's go look at town perk choice tracker. All right, so how many town perks do I expect you to get? Not all of them are impactful. So how about we just start like this? I think that's reasonable. In fact, let's not even... Can we do public abstract long? Get is abstract, but is contained in not abstract type. Yeah, there, that works. Okay, but now we make perk choice trackers and we shouldn't be. because I never made them for these other ones. So like, well, we'll just let that fail. And then we have Adventurer perk choice tracker as well, I believe. Adventurer perk choice tracker. So the cost of an adventurer. Adventurers are pretty impactful. So let's have them be in the same category as buildings, I guess. Using VS Code as it's one part of your body. You mean as if it is? Otherwise, that sentence doesn't make sense. But yeah, welcome in, Kuzi. All right, so what haven't we customized? I guess we could just press F5 and find out. It's going to error out. I already know this. I did not change all this stuff. It just tells me the errors faster than I can go find them myself. So this namespace challenge mode already contains a definition for this because I didn't rename this one. Yeah. So adventurer. And then this does not implement inherited member. Sure. So battle perks. How expensive should these be? Maybe pretty cheap. Maybe something like that. I don't know. And again, this is going to fail because I'm trying to construct an abstract class. But we'll fix that too. Yeah. So this is a build perk choice tracker, and this is an adventurer perk choice tracker. And now we're done. 1 million coins. Okay, so now we have the new costs. Let's go take a look at them. Oh, wait. Battle perks are in sludge costs, which I don't even have sludge. All right, but a town perk is 10, a building is 25, and an adventurer is 25. So yeah, let's play with this for a little bit. So I'm going to send my spirit caller into the forest, and then while that's running, we're going to start we're going to hire a new adventurer. We'll get the mage, because they're a damage dealer. And we're going to send them into bat. Why is that green? Oh, it's not good. It's not working. It's not working. Yeah, it's a bug. Let's go fix it. So cost of next perk is used to figure out whether we should enable the button. But where do we use this? Yeah, here it is. This is anytime your money changes, and your money changes before the cost of the next perk changes. So we need to change how buying a perk works. Oh, each class does it in its own way. And it was hiring an adventurer. So the adventurer must do it wrong. Hire panel tab. No, it doesn't do it wrong. Then buy perk itself must be wrong. I'm confused. Buy perk is not the same as choosing. Where does this get called from? What? Oh, just when you press the button? So then what knows that you've chosen that? Ah, where's perk was chosen called from? Oh, wait. I understand. I know what's going on. Yeah, my bad. Okay. I was confused. The way that this works is when you click this, you're making the purchase, but you haven't actually chosen a perk yet. It's once you click choose that you've chosen a perk. So hire adventurer shouldn't be green. We need to, after you've hired the adventurer, update the button again. So choosing a perk should cause the buy button to get updated. We should also update the town menu. Oh, God. All right, I'll just write that down as a bug for now. Let's just ignore that for now. Bug when you hire. So if the first adventurer costs 25 and the second costs 50 and you have 50 gold and hire just one adventurer, the hire adventurer button is still green since the purchase doesn't cause the cost to increase. It's the choosing of the perk. All right, I wrote this kind of stupidly, but I think it'll be clear. Okay, what did you figure out? Color, I'll ask. I'll bite. All right, let's try again. We're going to keep starting this until it's fun. Are you ready? So we send the paladin into battle. And because we got a bad adventurer, we're going to hire another adventurer. And we will take the rogue. And now we send the rogue into battle. And then we can get a battle perk. No, we can't. We can get a building. Let's get a building. Let's get the farm. Yeah. The farm comes with extractor training, but it doesn't work correctly. So that's definitely a bug we got to fix. Bug extractor training doesn't work when it's innate. We need to apply it to the extractor upon creation. I figured out my bug. Solve your own homework. Okay. Joke delivered. So what is going on right now? Have we not won a battle? Or have we just not gotten any items? Because it's been a minute and I have 0 gold. This paladin is taking forever. Oh, they're so bad. It took them 23 seconds, but at least I got some items. So let's put this in here so we can start getting some crops, albeit very slowly. Put that, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I still have no money. Yeah, we gotta rebalance this. Sounds like paladin needs a buff. Maybe I should put them in the same battle with the rogue. We still haven't sold a single item. I think we need there to be more customers in town. Yeah, we don't have the garbage slime either. We can't do anything with these. Oh, now we can finally do this. And put this weapon over there. And they bought 1 potion. So we're at 6 gold. What is the next thing we can buy? 10, 50, and 50. So we can buy a town perk. We can also upgrade this. So we have enough sludge to get a battle perk. We did not get offered the paladin or the rogue. So we're going to upgrade someone we don't have. So what's the best one of these, I guess? They're all kind of bad. I guess this is pretty good, the witch doctor. Let's take that one. Oh no, oh no, oh no, everything's disappearing. No, these are my very hard-earned items. I can't let those go away. Oh my god, this is such a difficult version of the game. Oh no. All right, I've got 10 gold. Can I do anything with that? Yes, I can. All right, let's get item stacking. That's actually pretty good because that'll let us put more of these in there. That's actually like an overpowered bonus at the beginning because now I can have double the purchases. It's like doubling the customers. Yeah, I think having more customers at the beginning would be good. In fact, I should write these thoughts down as I have them. Balanced thoughts, more customers at the beginning. Maybe eventually this can be a speed boost that can wear off. Also, getting more potions at the beginning would be nice. Because you need them for everything. Yeah, we're already maxed out on cloaks there. Okay, what else can I buy? What else can I buy? 15 gold, 10 sludge. Okay, let's get that. We were still not offered any of the characters that we actually have. So we're going to want to hire another adventurer. Oh, there's a witch doctor. And we already got 2 perks for them. So they are nice. We will go get them. But our town is the bottleneck right now. So it doesn't really matter that we have all these potions. Although we could do this. Yeah. All right. Hey, Jet. Welcome in. Yeah, let's put some potions over there. Let's put some bows over there. We're getting money. We're getting sludge. Something is happening. We can buy another town perk. That's all we can afford. Let's buy that. Customer speed for sure. No, actually, clear rocks is pretty good. Let's get clear rocks. I shouldn't have put that there. Yeah, we need more customers. Yeah, so this is where leveling up to the next location would probably be good. Those are still set costs. The witch doctor is not bad though. They're level 3. They have 2 different abilities as well. Probably not very good abilities, but something nonetheless. We're not getting enough potions now. I think increasing the loot that drops is actually not even that good if you don't have the throughput for your town. She wants to know what a Skeleseller is. You haven't already played it for her? Oh, hey, we have enough money to do something, I think. This isn't highlighted. That's another thing we got to fix. I should just write playtest thoughts. Highlight a perks button when you can afford it. It doesn't do this for town perks right now. This is like priority number 1. This is a smaller bug, which we should probably do before that. All right, yeah, we're getting some sludge here. Ooh, we gotta get this stuff. Put this in, ooh, he wants a blue potion. We can give you a blue potion. You don't have any other space for things. Okay, so new battle perk. We have none of these characters. Oh no. Let's build another building. Can we get that? No, none of these are that helpful, I guess. Maybe the fishing pond. All right, you want cloaks? We've got cloaks. We've got so many cloaks. Oh, I could have gotten another worker there. And now I can't afford anything anymore. All right, they just bought stuff. They tipped. They're giving me a whole bunch of things. I got another Skelly Mans. We are cooking here. All right. Oh, what can we get next? We can get a perk. We can almost get another adventurer. We can go to the next location. We should do that. All right, send you two in. Yeah. All right. Now what? Put that over there. We need more customers. Sounds like having a temporary chest to store a certain number of items would be useful. Well, that's what the warehouse is. You could choose to unlock that if you're offered it. But we can't solve all of the problems for you, or else I don't think it'll be very fun. I think the run has to steer you in a certain direction. Nice. Elite defeated. Okay, so we got our potion here, which we'll put over there. That's worth a ton of gold. And now we can go to the volcano, which we will do by sending all of our adventurers there. I don't know if they're going to win. And we're like totally clogged here on bows. Okay, so buy another perk. Oh yeah, max customers for sure. That's very important. Because we are struggling here. Let's do that. I'll get another. Actually, what I want is the garbage slime so I can start getting rid of these extra items. Oh, that's super helpful. Yeah, nice. Buy it. 100 gold. Yep, nice. All right, so let's hire another adventurer. We have 0 perks for both of these. Let's take the mage and let's throw them into that battle. We don't have space. Well, we have 3 customers now at least. Okay, they're almost done with this battle. I don't think they'll be able to win the next location. All right, so cloaks we got space for. Hey, Sinisperry, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. Thanks to the raid. I like checking out people's Twitch streams when they raid. So let's see what this person was streaming. Software and game dev. And inventory and trade. What was the rest of that say? Medieval merchant game. Interesting. Tell me more. How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. We are testing, by the way, over here. So I've been working on Skeleseller for a while now. And we just made a roguelike mode. And I am doing the very early testing for it. So it hasn't even been a week since I started working on this mode. And there are some rough edges. So we're working our way through. The goal is to get to 50,000 gold. We are 0.7% of the way complete, and we've only got 35 minutes left. I think some of this needs to be balanced. All right, do we have any of these characters? I guess this is another thing. It should probably tell you when you have a choice you've already made. Yeah, that would be nice. We should tell you when you have a choice you've deferred. Or we should indicate, yeah, when you have that. And we should indicate when you have an adventurer already in the battle perks. Maybe show their icon and gray it out if you haven't hired them. Or show red text saying you haven't hired this adventurer yet. Yeah, something like that would be good. That doesn't even work. Hey, full box. Yeah, what's the game about though? Because it sounds somewhat similar to this maybe. This is a game about selling items that you earn from battles that happen automatically. All right, we can, nice. We're making some money now. This is actually coming online. It just takes a little too long to come online, I think. Let's build another building. I don't think either of these is that good. I don't think the Enchanter's Den is ever all that interesting. So let's build it and double our loot. The next building is probably too expensive. Yeah, 100. Next adventure is 100. Next battle perk, I don't actually have any of these adventures. Oh, I have the rogue. Let's get the rogue then. Yeah, and let's keep doing this. Do we have the mage? We do have the mage. Yeah, so let's get that. 4% chance to dodge, 9 damage out to attackers. That's pretty nice. Go between cities, buy high and sell low. Sounds like arbitrage the game. Oh, hey, we have the fishing pond. I've never even used that. I should hire another adventurer. We desperately need more customers. Also, we're not getting weapons now. Yeah, that's another problem. Who's the richest by the end of the year is the winner? Turn-based game. Oh, so is it multiplayer? I need items. Right. No, I don't need items. I need customers move faster. I should probably get that. In fact, actually, the Enchanter's better than I thought then in challenge mode because your customers move like molasses. There we go. All right. So we need customers to move faster. We're going to need weapons. We should probably just send them to the fishing pond for now because we already have way too many items. Oh, look at them go. How do they have that many fish in there? Max fish is 3. That seems like a bug. I don't know how that happened, but that definitely seems like a bug. Yeah, I gotta write that down. All right, let's write that down. The first time I fished, there were 9 fish in the battle, even though my max was 3. I had gotten the farm first and put a bunch of potions in. Maybe that did it. Hey, G-Light. Could use a hotkey for buying perks. Yeah. Yeah. Is your game multiplayer or single player? It is single player. Need a hotkey for buying perks. Want to add a CPU opponent? Then we'll see, because I have no idea how to do multiplayer. Well, one of the ways you could do multiplayer for a turn-based game is you could have it be local multiplayer, and you just literally take turns, like people used to do for like a chess game on Game Boy or something. And then potentially you can use Steam's like remote play feature or something. They have some way of, I don't know if it's having 2 people control the same game so that would work, or making it seem like you're on a local network at least. But they have something along those lines. Anyway, turn-based games are usually a little bit easier to add servers for if you ever did want it, because you don't have the real-time component to be concerned with. What's the problem I just said? Oh, yeah. I want to see, did my fishing pond show that I had that many fish? So if I click this and then shut myself up and then go back a few. Come on, load. I never show the fishing pond. Whoa, 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 wait. I just hovered over it. Go back. It says 3 out of 3. But then I started a battle and there are 9 fish in the battle. I think it's like using the accumulated value weirdly. The pond even said 3 out of 3 beforehand. I wonder if the first battle just uses all accumulated value that you may have had. I didn't put an ogre blood potion in there. I don't know how that could have happened. Yeah. Well, it's a mystery. Let's build the garbage slime finally. So now we can finally feed this thing anything extra we have. Super helpful. And now we're going to run out of items as well. In fact, I think this is the issue maybe. What? There's no end to the number of fish there are. Well, they just keep reappearing and they're not getting deleted from the pond. How could that happen? Weird. I don't know how this is possible. Yeah, I don't know how this is possible. They're they're getting removed from here and they're getting created immediately. I wonder if I broke something when I made it so you could build this whenever you wanted to. All right, I should probably look into these. This is why I find this whole process annoying because it's balancing and playtesting at the same time. So you come up with like usability issues and then you come up with balance issues. Balance issues are not always easy to solve. Like I feel that it took about 10 minutes for me to feel like okay, the town is up and running. There are too many important decisions at the beginning that just lead to a lot of nothing happening. So I think starting with more customers might help. At least maybe one or two extra customers. Maybe even more than that. But let's try to figure out. So this for sure. Let's figure out this right now. Let's figure this out. And let's try to figure out the pond thing. Because the pond seems super broken. So let's start with this one. Extractor training doesn't work when it's innate. So the farm itself, I think, listens for extractor training. And you don't have extractor training at first. So we probably need to, when you build the farm, see if you have it. It's not the farm, though. It's also potentially the town. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do town, create extractor. And then if you have, I guess the extractor itself could just check this. Yeah. All right. So if town dot has unlocked, or no, player abilities has unlocked ability, then show extractor lever. All right, so that should fix bug number 1. Why do I have like a million things in here? I didn't check something in, did I? Oh, I changed the balance of this. Okay, so let's go check in everything other than the extractor right now. Change perk cost balance. And then show extractor lever if you have the perk. And let's test that before I check it in. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we need to just be presented with the farm, which we can just cheat and get. So if I click build and it doesn't present me with the farm, that's fine. Fishing pond is fine too, actually. So yeah, now the lever is there. And that means that if we get potions, then our workers should bring the potions automatically into here. Yeah, good. And then the same thing should happen if I get the farm first. Can't imagine that's broken. Build. We need the farm to show up. I can't afford this. The buy button isn't enabled correctly. Bug, same thing happens with the buildings. The button will look enabled after building your first building, but it shouldn't be enabled. All right, we need the farm. There it is. Okay, the lever is on. I probably shouldn't have toggled that, but can they go over there? Yep, they can. Cool. All right, so show extractor lever if you have the perk. And in challenge mode, you start with the perk. Good, so that one's done. Now, more customers at the beginning. Game constants starting. Oh, wait, none of this is decided by that. Oh, I guess it kind of is. Is this used anywhere? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Hmm. We could. Man. We could make a new perk that modifies how many customers you have. Like starting with more customers is not as straightforward because now we have 2 different modes. And in mode 1, we want you to start with 2 because there it makes sense and it's balanced. But now in challenge mode, we want you to start with 4 probably. And the thing that dictates this right now is here. This is the increase. Oh, so we probably can just change the starting amount. Why does this exist in like multiple different spots? Because we added to the base. Okay. but this won't know that we're in challenge mode. That's a problem. Hey, Hefe. Slime's op early game. The slime's supposed to be overpowered in the early game. That's like, I think in the base game, the goal is to figure out how do I exploit the game. And some people don't figure it out. So they're like, oh, the game is slower than it should be. And it's like, not really. It's all about looking at where the bottlenecks are and figuring out how to overcome them. And also looking through the perks. I see a lot of people play the game where they start reading. Oh, I can't show this here. They start reading a perk for something. So like, let's say they get the garbage slime and they read this and then they're like, I don't want that. And then they stop. And it's like, this could say win the game here. And if you never read this, you're never going to know, is this something I even want to purchase or do I want to prioritize this? So yeah, I see that happen with a bunch of people, and it's not a lack of understanding. It's just a lack of, they just don't find that fun. They're not prioritizing it. And that's fine. Then they play the game and they don't have this perk for a while. Then finally in the future, they come back to this and they're like, oh, I should have gotten that a long time ago. And it's like, yeah, probably you should have. And maybe we can cut down the number of options, but I don't really consider that to be a gameplay problem. It's just a behavior pattern I've observed. Adventure is not really worth it early on to upgrade. I think they are. If you speed up a battle, so like if we just send, let's say we have the rogue and we send them into the forest, they will take the same amount of time for every single battle they do. So 12.9 seconds, I start again, it should be 12.9 seconds again. And yep, sure enough it is. So now if I level them up once, they get a skill point and I put in the skill point, and now I do that same battle that used to take 12.9 seconds. That same battle now takes 8.3. So 8.3 divided by 12.9 is 64% of the original time. It's like every single battle just got a lot faster. So now you're getting items faster. So upgrading them is worth it at certain points. And it also makes them take less time between battles because they don't need to regenerate for as long. Because they'll have taken less damage as a percent of their health. All right, so yeah, more customers at the beginning. I'm still not totally sure. I haven't finished looking at this. That one's going to be a problem. This one is not going to be a problem. Demo got patched during my playtime. Slime was a way better investment. Oh, you're just comparing. Okay. Sorry. I thought this was said in a vacuum here. That adventures aren't worth it early on, just like standalone statement. But you're saying compared to the slime. And sure, that could be the case. Yeah. I was just saying adventures are definitely worth upgrading even early on. Yeah. All right. So yeah, the main issue we're gonna have is this, right? Oops, where is it? Is this one. We have no way of knowing that you're in challenge mode here. I mean, unless we ask that static boolean that we have, which is, we're going to end up injecting that all over the place. Alternatively, we need to pass into this what mode you're in so that we know which stats to pull from. Or we make a new ability that's only there for challenge mode. Get bonus number of customers. Reapply ability effects. Yeah, I think that would work. I think that would work. I also think it would be a little bit of a shame because it would mean that we'd copy this entire ability just to change this. I think that's the right way to do this. I have absolutely no regrets whatsoever. I want to be careful. Let's also sync all this stuff. All right, well, the easiest thing to do for sure is just change this from 2 to 4 and just say to do split this into 2. So for the sake of balance, we can do that for right now. To do, set this back to 2 for regular mode. I'll write this down. Maybe I'll do this off stream. But like, what's that perk called? What is the perk called? Town perk max customers. Split this in 2 one for regular mode, one for challenge mode. They should inherit from the same class, but just change the bonuses and change which constant they're based off of. And then change game constants, start max customers, game constants dot that. So that it's 2 again, but manifest a new constant for challenge mode. And then what else do we need to do? Oh yeah, make sure the new challenge mode specific perk shows up in this thing. Yeah. All right, so that's what we'll do eventually. We fixed the 2 top problems, kind of, sort of. Let's figure out the fishing pond problem now. Is it happening in the base game too? Excuse me. All right, so we build the fishing pond. We haven't even put any potions in. So now we go battle. Does it show 9 fish? It does not. And if yeah, weird. Maybe we just have to put a potion in. Strange. Does it always happen in challenge mode? Build. I want to build the fishing pond. There it is. So there's a fishing pond. It says we have 2 fish. If we go battle there, do we see 9? No, we see 2. Why did 9 fish show up? Hey, Olga. Good afternoon. All right, well, this is not the exact repro that I did. The exact repro I did is I got the farm first. So we need to get the farm first over here. There's the farm. And then we did use it for a bit. So if I just grant a bunch of items and grant a bunch of workers, they'll drag some potions there. Sure. Maybe I even harvest these things and get some more. All right, and harvest some of these. In fact, maybe we have to get 50 gold worth out of that. So let's just do this. There. Now, once they're done harvesting that, we're guaranteed to have at least 50. So let's just let them finish. Good. So now I get the fishing pond. And now it shows that we're at 2 out of 3 fish. What? Okay, that's fine. We want to get it to 3 out of 3 fish. Come on, you can do it. There, 3 out of 3 fish. Now we go battle there. It only spawned 3. Any plans on turning home screen cartoon skeleton into pixelated skeleton? No, there are no plans for that. I like the title screen picture. I think it's good. How did we have 9 fish? What happened? I should have looked at my perks. Maybe something was broken in getting more fish eggs? It might have been. Maybe because I got it before. No, you can't get it beforehand. It wasn't glowy fish. I'm pretty sure I did have that perk though, so let's go find it. Unfortunately, it's random, so I am probably never going to be offered it. Oh my god. Stupid. Still haven't been offered it. Still haven't been. There it is. Okay, so we got one of that. Is that what caused this thing to break? Now I go fight here, and what happens? It's only 3. I don't know what happened. I don't know enough about what could have gone wrong there. I could like replay the whole run and see what happened on the video, but I won't be able to inspect the code. We somehow had 9 fish just permanently in the battle. And all right, let's look. As long as I've got this open, right, we might as well go back. So it says 33 minutes. So we need to go back 12 minutes in the video. This is at the 2-minute mark. So we need to go to -14. So yeah, let's watch this. It's running at 4x speed. So it hopefully won't take that long to figure out what happened. All right, we started a new challenge run. Now let's slow it down a little bit. So I got a new adventurer. I started another battle. I got the farm. There was no extractor lever there. I wrote down that there was a bug about that. Then nothing happened for a while. I have no money, so let's just speed forward. Yeah, I can't afford anything. We got some crops. I got a thing. It doesn't matter. All right, I got a perk. What did I end up getting? Item stacking. Maybe item stacking caused it to break? I got another perk there. It could have been. I got clear rocks. Yeah, I certainly put a lot of potions in there. And we could see my perks. I went to the perks screen. We only had the 2, I think. Then I got the fishing pond. And the fishing pond started hopefully with 2 fish. But I don't think I interacted with the fishing pond for a while. I only see 2 there, but my keyboard camera is covering it, so it's possible there's a 3rd one. Then I beat the ogre. I still only see those 2 fish. So yeah, I think it started with the correct amount of fish. Yep, there are definitely only 2. Then I went to another location. We got max customers. So the only hunch that I have right now is that it was due to having item stacking and putting potions in like that. Although maybe it's something else. Maybe it's due to like some kind of battle perk. Like we have thorns now. Maybe by having thorns in a fish battle, something weird happens. That doesn't make any sense though. And fish don't even attack. So dodge dodge wouldn't matter, thorns wouldn't matter, extra healing wouldn't matter. But yeah, we put a lot of potions into there. All right, so whatever. Let's go see if we can figure this out. So we're going to try to repeat all the same things that we did. We got item stacking, which has to be offered to us for it to even... I need item stacking. There it is. Okay, so we get item stacking. Then we get the farm first. There. Then we use the farm for a little while. I don't think this part matters. Maybe we also need to clear rocks on the farm. There. Okay. So that's kind of the scenario we were in. And then I built the fishing pond. Let's go build a fishing pond. And then it got to 3 fish, and then I just battled. I'm so confused as to how this thing happened. All right, let's send... I also had a few adventurers. I mean, let's hire another few adventurers, I suppose. There. And now send all of them into battle. We don't have 9 fish. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know. I guess we just had to wait and see if it happens again. If this ever happens to a player, though, it means they have just infinite sludge that they can get, which means infinite battle perks. Yeah. Well, what are you going to do? Right. I couldn't figure this out. I had item stacking. 1 level of extraction and definitely saw 9 fish in the battle. Maybe it had to do with adventure choice or something. I'll look at this a little bit longer because we do eventually start that fishing battle. No, now we're already at the problem if I went to YouTube. Yeah, no, there it is. Okay, so it must happen in the next like 10 seconds. So we started a fishing battle. And yep, sure enough, there are 9 fish. It probably doesn't have to do with which adventures we have. Hey, Turbo Dave. 9 fish. Unless, did I upgrade? No, I couldn't have upgraded the max number of fish. I think I was even confused by this here, and then I hovered over here, and it says, yeah, 3 out of 3. But that number never went down. I was defeating fish in the battle, and then it still said 3 out of 3. So it's like something got tricked into thinking that there's just like infinite value here to be used. Try using accumulated value, update fish count. So fish to give is a minimum of the number that can be added, which is 3, and the accumulated value divided by how much you need per fish. But then however much we gave you, we subtract from here. So it'd have to be that this number got excessively high somehow. But the only way I could think that that could happen is if we wait. How does this increase? On debug right clicked. Okay, so that could have been possible. Maybe I accidentally right clicked that. Oh my god. Seriously? Is that what happened? Yeah, if you right click this, you end up with a bunch of fish. Oh my goodness. But then how would I have right clicked that without realizing it? I think every once in a while you can click through another window onto here. Like if I turn on the sounds. Let me stop that. That doesn't even make a sound. Oh, well, anyway, this makes a sound. So now... Yeah, hear that? The tooltip's even showing up. And if we click... No, it doesn't work that way. But you can hear the hover sound. So... I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I must have just right-clicked. Let's close out of the game. I probably just right-clicked the extractor. It's the only thing that makes sense. We could probably verify that too by looking at the video again, but I'm gonna mark this as done. All right, next up, indicate there's a choice, indicate this, hotkey, first adventure cost, highlight perks button. All right, that stuff's all fine. So we added more customers. So let's go try another run. Now we have 4 starting customers instead of 2. And we need the beginning of the game to still feel like the decisions are impactful and that you're doing stuff in a fun way. So you're going to start a battle. Probably the next thing you do is always going to be to hire an adventurer, but you could go in a bunch of different routes. So let's hire the rogue. Sure. Let's put them into a battle too. Excuse me. There. So now they're in a battle as well. Also, this whole like we should remember battle window positions across sessions. Well, across save files. So there should be like one centralized save file with that stuff. All right, the next thing I think is worth probably building is something that can get you sludge. But actually, let's start with the Enchanter's Den this time. All of them should be viable. So here we have enough customers where let's speed up our workers a little bit. And there we go. So the worker's moving a little bit faster. And we're getting some money. But we have no way of leveling up our adventurers. And even these customers, I guess we want the customers to move even faster than they're moving. All right, this isn't too bad though. We're earning a decent amount of items and we're still having to click stuff because of having 4 customers. Can I get this yet? No, I can't afford that. All right, so now we're going to run out of items. I can't afford the next building because that's 50. I could afford a town perk. The odds of it being helpful are probably pretty slim. And we have no room for other items now. So we're just waiting for this, I guess, which we also can't afford. All right, a couple people want bows. That's not bad. There we go. Now we're starting to stock some stuff. We're at 48, so we can almost afford another building. We can get the shopping spree spell. Now we'll move a little bit faster. And now we can afford another building. So what should we get? The garbage slime. All right, all right. I like the ideas that are being presented so far. I feel like the pacing is still off. Yeah, we're out of cloaks and out of bows. There's a bow. I think the enchanter actually is a pretty decent first option to unlock. But then you don't get mana. Takes you way too long. I think that's another balance point we need to keep in mind. Enchanter mana recovers very slowly for challenge mode. All right, there's a cloak. There's this. Probably same thing with slime hunger. Slime hunger should probably go up even faster, maybe. Because everything is condensed for challenge mode. All right, let me pause for a second. Probably the same with slime hunger. Okay, so let's get a town perk. What do we get? Auto casting. Wow, to get that at level like 0 is kind of interesting. Both of these are really good. I'm going to go with critting on the slime. Let's go with that one. And let's also get this quest. And then start dumping this into here. All right, we can get another adventurer. Let's get the spirit caller. Let's send them into battle. This is probably how everyone's going to play the beginning of the game, is by getting 3 adventurers really quickly. Which almost makes me wonder, is it a fun decision if everyone has to do it? Let's shrink all of these windows. Put them at the top. Oops, what's going on? Okay, we don't have space for that. We need another worker. Oh, we can afford... Oh, no, we can't. We can almost afford another spell. We should probably get another building so we can level up our adventurers. Oh, or we could unlock the canyon. Okay, well, there is a lot to do. It does feel almost like frantically paced. That's another thing we're going to have to figure out. Okay, so yeah, we've gotten another worker now. Let's send these characters into another battle. This one. And do that. And now they'll fight against the ogre. Interesting. This went to normal size. Fighting that, right? We can go to a higher size than that, yeah. Fighting the ogre caused the battle screen to get 1 size bigger, not 2. This isn't really a problem. We should stop the size increase from happening in challenge mode altogether. Yeah. All right, so now we got the ogre blood potion, which is there, which we're going to sell here for 140 gold, which is going to skyrocket our income. So let's have that run, and now we can afford some more things. Let's get another building. I want something that gives us some sludge. Probably the fishing pond is better. And now we have no loot. Let's get a town perk. Yeah, more mana. That's pretty good. Let's get that. Nice. So now we have a chance of doubling our loot. I don't think that actually happened. But we'll get another town perk. All right. This is pretty cool. This is definitely interesting. Oh, I got 10 gold. How did I get 10 gold? I guess from the yellow potion. Now we're not going to find weapons anymore. So that's the next thing I got to do. Make the volcano drop weapons. Or randomize a loot or something. I don't know if you should be getting a little bit of everything. It just makes you feel like, what's the point of having distinct shops? Like, there probably should be an imbalance somehow. Or randomize the loot. or something. Yeah. Okay, so we can almost, yeah, we can afford the first battle perk. We have the rogue, and that sounds pretty good. We could build another building. So, yeah, at some point we got to start considering this stuff. A treasure chest costs 150 gold. The treasure room needs to cost less and allow for opening chests sooner. So I think that was a mistake. Yeah, that was definitely a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, we're earning money now. The question in the back of my mind for all of this is, will this mode be fun for people to keep replaying? Like, will they feel like their decisions are different or that they're trying to get the same general run off the ground every single time? And I'm not sure how that's going to be taken. All right, let's get a bunch more town perks. Well water. Ooh, even more mana. I think I want customer speed though. I want to go the town perk route right now. They cost 35. This, oh, I can afford this. I don't have any of these characters though. Let's go with the archer. I could hire another adventurer for 75. Let's go for that. Unfortunately, we do not have anyone buying our stuffs. Yeah, the slime needs to get hungrier faster. It just has to be the case. Did I write that down already? Yeah. So balance issues. This. All right, well, we're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. And in terms of fun, I mean, I highlighted the time because I was like, oh, it's been 9 minutes and it feels like I've been making decisions for this time. And I'm seeing my town grow. What buildings don't I have? The warehouse. I guess the warehouse doesn't feel as useful if you're not overwhelmed by items. It does kind of make me wonder if you should get it by default. Although then the things that you're choosing to build are just, they're so few. But yeah, the warehouse would need some kind of upgrade. I think that's what would make it more interesting. There had to be a perk for the warehouse that says like you get interest on the items that are in here. And then all of a sudden you'd be like, oh, I want the warehouse now because it's a money making tool. Okay, I can afford a new adventurer. Let's get them. I have 0 perks for both of these. Let's go with this one. And then let's put them into battle. Well, actually, we could just put the mage into their own battle. Let's do that. All right, we have enough for battle perks. Let's get that. We have the spirit caller. They'll get the dog spirit. I don't have enough for this. Maybe the warehouse has sizes. You can have it with 3 levels. It already has sizes. Yeah. Also, I do recommend trying the demo before making suggestions because I think a lot of people end up kind of falling into this trap where they either suggest something that's been done or that doesn't make sense for the game. And the demo doesn't have challenge mode, but I mean it has a warehouse and the warehouse has upgrades. But yeah, I again take workbench. All right, so now we're getting a bunch of items. I could actually hire even another adventurer. I wonder if the adventurer cost should be higher than it is, but then leveling them up is, I can't afford this. I need town perks. That one for sure. That one for sure. So now we have a much larger farm. Yeah. What's the link again? I'll try it when I get, after I get some work done. Yeah, it's there on Steam. And do let me know what you think if you try it out. I do listen to the feedback. I think the demo has been sort of stable for long enough where there's not been a lot of new feedback. Oh, nice. Our dog spirit. You know, I should just turn on the sound for this. Oh, All right, nice. Now we have our barking dog providing what? Power. All right, things are starting to come online. I can get another battle perk. I don't have any of these. Let's go with that one. Although I'm not excited about that. Alright, looking good. Can we afford another one? Yup. We've got none of these. This is why the higher cost for new adventures has to be low enough. I guess 100 isn't bad. Auto purchasing. Customer speed? Yeah, let's go with that. Oh, we're running out of... Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know if I'd get done with this and be like, I want to play again immediately. You don't lose until you're like 32 more minutes in, but you can tell that you're going to lose if you see that, hey, I've gotten 1% of my goal so far, and I'm not earning money fast enough. All right, we need this stuff. All right, what's the next? Battle perk. Do we have the rogue? We do. And they get precision. Nice. Town perk. Ooh, that's also nice. Yeah. Alright, alright. I can see this working out. I do wonder what playtesters will think. I wonder if it's worth even just putting this version online with the like glaring balance issues. Probably not. I should probably spend some time addressing what I know to be issues. Also, I haven't even used the treasure system. There's just no point. It costs too much. We gotta balance that. So I could go to the next area, probably. I don't think my adventures are strong enough, though. These levels don't really reflect how strong they are, because battle perks are totally random. I have the archer. That's actually really good. So now, anytime they hit the archer, they're going to damage themselves, which is really hard to tell. That's another thing people are going to want, is feedback, breakdown on like what happened where, who caused what damage. Oh my god, look at all these items. We couldn't possibly use them all. Yeah, we need the slime to get hungrier faster. Okay, what can I afford? Another adventurer, let's get him. I have 0 perks for both of them. Doesn't matter, we're getting the cleric. We'll just throw the cleric into their own battle over here. Alright, we need some more town perks. Yeah, like the slime perks, so that we can actually use these items we're getting. Let's make customers move faster. Town perk, 55. We don't have 55, but we have a lot for this. Spear caller? This won't help. None of this will help. I pretty much want more power, and I'm not getting that from here. Okay, that's good. The archer just got stronger. The archer got an ability. When wild shot hits, the target will take more damage for 5 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty good. Is there a way to pay to re-roll? Not yet, no. I was thinking there could be a meta perk for that. Like, you unlock the ability to re-roll a perk. That sounds pretty good. We need more weapons. Getting a lot of armors. There's no way to make more weapons, though. Also, the weapon grinder cost probably needs to be reduced. Probably need to reduce the cost for the weapon grinder. Like, there's just no point in me engaging in the treasure system. That's a big shame. No two ways about that right now. And I think we need that warehouse perk. The warehouse isn't appealing without some perks, but you're not guaranteed to get the perks. Yeah. Oh, there's some weapons finally. Yeah, there's no shortage of items, but there's not a way to really use them. Although I haven't been getting the upgrades that would let... I can't even afford an upgrade. Okay, that's probably pretty good. That's also pretty good. That's really good. What does that do? Your spirits use their abilities more frequently. 7%? that's nothing. Let's get another one of these. Okay, resonance. That'll make them do more damage, right? Yeah, increased damage dial. So they should win this battle slightly faster. Let's have them restart. I know I didn't click restart there. There we go. Alright, how much damage do they do? 13. Do they have another stat? What is that? Lifesteal, yeah. Which I think causes them to do more damage. Huh. Interesting. Pull up over there. I wonder if one of the issues people are going to have... Well, I need to make sure that quests are doable. Because I was going to say, I'm clicking quite a lot. But part of the reason for that is because we just don't have a way of completing the next quest yet. Yeah, okay. Can we afford anything else? None of those. I can afford this. That is incredibly good. Let's see if we can go to the next location. Let's just take everyone who's the highest level. Okay, how do they do? They're winning. Yeah. It's taking them quite a long time. 20 seconds. But they did get boots. Oh, and now we have these potions. All right. We're getting somewhere. This isn't bad. None of these are going to be worthwhile. Although this might not be bad. Let's go with this. Alright, we need boots for this quest. Then we can bump them back to the last location. I probably want to turn off those exclamation mark things. Turn off the indicators for NPCs. Alright, we need to win the jungle 2 more times, or else I need to click this, which I don't have a mana for. Good, good. They want a blue potion, but I don't have room for it. I guess we can make room for it. Turn this off. Drop it off, drop it off. Yes. Run over there, customer. I'll even make you move faster if you want. Yeah. Nice. 20 gold tip. That's fantastic. Alright, boost the speed of workers. Sounds good. Another battle perk. That's incredibly powerful. The archer is now doing 15 damage every time they're hit. Well, they have a lot of dodge. Just sort of innately. Oh, hey, they're their last... no, that's not our last one. We need one more. It's weird that the garbage slime hasn't been updated or upgraded at all. We've gotten... How many perks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've gotten 12 perks so far. And we're at the 23-minute mark. I don't know why I'm still playing this. I think we should probably stop soon. I'm intrigued to see all this work I've been putting in. But we already see like 8 different flaws we need to go fix before we try again. We need those yellow potions. I can't afford this. There's one. We should probably get rid of the perks boards. At least the one for the garbage slime. Make dragging to it easier. Yeah, like this should just go away. It's another click target that you might accidentally click. Okay, what do we have? What do we have? 5 perk. Ooh, that's actually pretty nice. Look at that. Ooh, that's also pretty nice. So now we're gonna have another healer in the battle, which means I should probably swap out the cleric. Now let's take you and put you in. Did I get all the potions I need? No, not yet. And then let's put... Actually, the cleric... Can she pick stuff up? Probably not. But yeah, now we have a healer in here. Okay. Nice. I feel like we've got a bustling town now. It only took 23 minutes. And we just need one more of those potions and we'll get a worker. Alright, well the cleric's doing nothing, so let's send her to the forest. There it is. We got our new worker. So now we have 3 workers. Now I have to do a little bit less. Alright. Alright. It's coming together. Get another perk. We have the rogue. And plus 14 power is like through the roof amount of power for that. It just doubled their power. They're winning this battle very quickly. Yeah, 8 seconds. So if we send them to the next place. Actually, I wonder if they could even beat this. Let's try that out. They might be able to. Oh man, no one's doing any damage. Only the rogue. Although no one's really taking any damage either. They're just getting healed immediately. I think the spirit color's overpowered. Yeah, they easily won. Give me that. 270. Okay, yeah. So we're kind of just destroying the balance of the game right now. But yeah, you know, whatever. It's working. So what about this? Are they able to beat this location? Yeah, I think the spirit color's overpowered. Now we can buy many more perks. Yeah, that. I probably should have gotten item stacking. That's really good. That's pretty good. And we're out of money. Oh, it's fun while it lasted. They're winning this too. Well, well, well. We could actually do this quest then. We have no loot. I'm going to take some of this and put this here. I want to make sure some of it's selling. Because I have customers. Yeah, this is... Okay, so this is now coming together pretty well. Like, I've got enough going where I feel like I am making decisions and they're paying off. I think players will have a hard time telling that their decisions are paying off. And how long is this battle taking? I think too long, but I don't think we can do anything about it. Because the next battle perk is the 80 sludge. I should probably unlock the fishing pond. They're gonna win. But it is taking them quite a long time. 33 seconds. Okay, let's get the fishing pond. There it is. Let's harvest all of that. We need more money. I shouldn't have started the quest. We can do that when we're a little bit closer. There we go. Alright, I can afford another battle perk. We don't even have any of these characters. So this is maybe the thing I'm least sold on, I guess. Is battle perks, because what I'm looking for when I'm playing is like what's gonna make me do more damage. The survivability is not as interesting. So, like, this is crazy. I don't even have the warrior. I should probably hire them. Oh, God, we're running out of stuff. No. There we go. Yeah, we should definitely hire another character. 125. We can almost afford that. Yeah, nice. Do that and that. I need 125. It doesn't sell for 125. Oh, wait a second. Bows are dropping from... Oh, no. Yeah, bows are dropping from the waterways, but they're only worth 3 gold now. It used to be... Yeah, so that's another problem. If you make the time it takes to recover life longer, life gain will have a stronger impact. It will. I'm not sure if it'll be fun. But, yeah, we'll need to try that out. Okay, cool. So we got enough money now. We can hire another adventurer. And the point is to try to get the warrior? Yeah, because we got a really, really good perk for them. Return damage is 20. So if I put them into the battle with the cleric, will they win this? We're about to lose the game, by the way. We have 17 minutes remaining. We're only 3% of the way toward the goal. I don't think there is a way to win. That's a real challenge. Can you beat an unbeatable game? Yeah, oh my god. Return damage is way too powerful. Yeah. Especially with the warrior. Not sure battle perks are as interesting as they can be. And Thorns is overpowered. I got plus 20 on my warrior. Do you even Skelecell? It's cool to see you play the game like a player. Well, and remember, this is for challenge mode, which we spent less than a week developing. So there are glaring flaws that we need to address. But it is kind of cool now that we've gotten a town up and running to see how this is working. So what I want to do next is I want to send these characters into the fishing pond and collect up my fish. And then hopefully... I don't have enough money. Alright, well, they're going to, like, rip through the fish over here. And we can get some battle perks in the meantime. That is incredibly, incredibly good. Wow. This is all less important, but that makes them do a lot more damage. Actually, a lot more damage, right? Yeah, so how long are they taking right now to beat this battle? They took 12.9 seconds. It's gonna be faster. I can tell you that. So 12.9 seconds is now down to... Well, apparently still decently long. 14.7, it went up. I think that was just randomness of who gets attacked. Alright, what can we afford next? None of these are important for us. We can't afford the next one. Nice. That's not great. Yeah, I just want damage here. I guess that's pretty good. I'm not even watching the town anymore. I should really be paying attention to that. We haven't even finished this quest yet. Alright, so it was originally 12.9 seconds. They now have a way of adding lifesteal. 12.7 seconds? Okay, sure. Go for it, characters. We could probably hire some more adventurers and get... Oh, hey, there's a bow. Nice, we have one more worker. Yeah, pretty good. Can't afford that. Okay, so what else can we afford? 90 gold. None of these are super helpful. It's probably the best one. I think it's a problem if someone frequently says none of these are super helpful. Let's get rid of these. 3 of my workers. We're getting way more loot than the regular game. Way more. Yeah, I can't handle all this loot. Do we go to the next location? It's 200. We have the mage, right? Yeah, we do. That's really, really powerful. 36 power? I think my strongest character now. Hey, Oxen. So they took 21 seconds. It should go faster now. Now let's make customers go faster. These weapons in here. Just gonna refresh all of these. Hey, Boolean. Welcome in. Alright, yeah. So selling is the bottleneck now. And there's no way to improve it because perks are chosen randomly. We can increase random max customers. And I guess we could try to make them move a little faster. But yeah, in general, we're just losing items now. Part of it is the slime needs to be able to eat items faster. And they just can't. We also haven't even been using the fishing pond. I should probably just send these characters there. I don't think they're going to do a lot of damage because the warrior is mostly returning damage. So they're kind of bad at fishing. And the cleric's doing 38 per hit. The warrior's doing 54. So it's going to take a while. Alright, do we have any space? No, we don't. We need to upgrade the armor shop. Can we even afford it? Or find it? I guess we can get shiny loot. We can afford a battle perk. That is insane. What did I say? This was taking like 22 seconds? I wonder what it's taking now. 17.6. It's going to go even faster now. Fishing pond is in need of a major buff. Well, we could just send stronger adventurers there. These adventurers are really good when they're taking damage, I think. But the fish don't attack. Yeah, so they got some more sludge. We actually almost earned enough to get another perk. Can these handle the jungle? Almost certainly not. Well, let's try it anyway. They're sort of close to being able to do it. This would have been impossible in the base game, but thanks to thorns, they killed a couple of enemies. Well, one enemy. 2 enemies. Yeah, now they're gonna die. Alright, well, whatever. Ditch you guys. And I wonder if there should be... I already have that written down. Yeah. Okay. I am losing everything because there's a bottleneck somewhere. Yeah, we need to upgrade the shops. I can't ever find it. I'm going to turn down the battle sounds a little bit. Okay, what battle perk? Oh my god. That's crazy. I bet they can beat the jungle now on their own. Because they're level 4 and 3. I have 10 minutes left and I lose. And we're at 4% of the monetary goal. Yeah, they're ripping through this now. The warrior the warrior is doing better just taking damage than they are dealing damage. Because every time they get hit, they do 36 to the enemy, I think. And they have a chance to counterattack. Yeah, wow. They beat that place handily. Okay, we need another adventurer just set to fishing. Let's hire... It's 150. Okay. We'll work our way toward that. 20 gold tip. Wow. That's enough to hire another adventurer. So we got 2 perks for the witch doctor. I wonder what they are. Some thorns, some healing received, an ability, some power. So not very much. And what's their ability? Is it any good? It's actually pretty good. Let's send them in the fish. There. Yeah. Alright, let's arrange these battle windows a little bit. Alright, we're getting some cash. Can I afford the next battle perk? 1 sludge away. Got it. What does it give me? 13 power and haste in a row. Yeah, we're definitely going with that. What is their total haste now? 29%. I can't keep up with all these items. We need customers to move faster. Oh, and we got a double spellcast there. Nice. We could actually afford a treasure chest. It'll do almost nothing for us. But let's try it out. Let's buy one. And then let's grind these stupid weapons into dust. Oh, we gotta fix the usability issues on the weapon grinder. Yeah, because it thinks we're trying to put this in the shop. It takes, I think, 17 bows to make one key. And one key does basically nothing for you. Oh, item stacking. Oh my god. Best upgrade. Yeah, they 100% cannot keep up. And I think the main reason why they can't keep up is just because the armor shop is clogged. There's like no way to drag this over here. Trying to take these. Just ditch this. Sure. Let's get rid of this. Alright, we're getting some real money now. There's a building I haven't gotten. I guess it's the warehouse. Yeah, let's build the warehouse. Fine. Why not? Now we've gotten all the buildings. Buy another perk. Let's expand the weapon shop. Actually, that was probably stupid. Definitely stupid. Oh, they already got it. No, they didn't get a key. It's going to upgrade the rogue, though, once we get this. Which will give them, I think, 1 power. It's not worth it. Yeah, we need the treasure shop to be viable. Or treasure room. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can go to the next location. Yeah, let's try it. Where are they at? Here. Item stacking helped a lot, as did the warehouse. We can't afford it. It's 200, but we should be able to afford it very soon. There, now we can. Alright, go in. Yeah, I can't tell if we've gotten any keys yet. I think they just brought a key up there. But we have less time remaining in the game than we do time on the chest. So we're going to need another key for that to do something. Alright, we got some canes. Canes are actually worth something. So if we put them in here, we still didn't get a key. Oh, there's a key. Now let's put the key in the chest. And now it's at 5 minutes and 24 seconds. We will unlock that before the game is done. Before we lose terribly. This thing is so close to killing them all. Zombies only target the thing with the highest life, and when this dies, it does, I think, 5 damage to everybody. So they're very slowly dying. Taking the longest time. Alright, we can afford another battle perk. Can we update? We can upgrade the Witch Doctor, but it's only damage dealt when they hit. And they don't hit, so it's not going to help us. But actually, we can get the Golem, and plus 27 power is nuts. But I can't afford the Golem. It's 175. But now we can. Now we just have to get lucky and roll the Golem. We did. 1 perk. Good. Got it. Okay, put them in with this as soon as they're done killing like another couple of fish. 6% of gold. Yeah, I just randomly set it to 50,000. So it's not balanced. Come on. Kill like 5 of them. Then we'll end this. You can do it. You can do. Okay, there we go. Yeah, now end and put in the Golem, who's going to help you out quite a lot. All right, watch it hurl those boulders. Yeah. This is fishing. Okay. So what are we looking at over here? We've almost unlocked the chest. We wasted a ton of money doing that. But there, we did. And we get 2 items. Oh no, 4 items. We're gonna get 2 cloaks and 2 golem shards. So now we can put this into the guild. And we got golem stats increased. And those cloaks are gonna increase the rogue stats. Nice. So now the rogue is doing an extra 1 damage. Nice. Oh, man. Okay, I wonder if they can all just combine forces and go fight in the newest location. I doubt it. But let's see. You've only got 3 minutes left. Might as well experiment. Oh yeah, you're gonna die. You're definitely gonna die. You die. Who could have thought? Let's see. Let's power you up. It's 140 for the next one. We can almost afford that. They're actually not doing terribly. They're not great. They might win. Well, now the witch doctor's dead, so now only 2 characters. And it looks like they're dying. Oh god. Okay, well that's over. Let's try one more perk for them. The cleric. Okay, that's pretty nuts. That's also pretty nuts. I don't know what's better. Let's try that. Okay, can they win? Oh my god, the golem's doing like 1,000,000 damage. Yeah, good. This team would benefit from a rogue. So they're actually targeting the right things. Yeah, they're gonna win. The golem got like super powered there. Yeah, nice. Alright, good job. And look at all the items. Oh, we've already gotten all of those. So I guess we're short on armor items. Oh, we can afford a lot too. Wow. Let's expand that. Can I get more customers? Let's take that one of those. Let's take that. I have spent all of the money now. And we are about to lose. We're 1 minute and 37 seconds away from losing. Well, it was fun while it lasted. It actually did really ramp up toward the end. I could afford another adventurer. We have 0 perks chosen for both of these. Let's just send you into the fishing pond. I don't even think he'll kill a fish before the end of the game. Let's take a look. These fish are so tough. Hey, Uber. Yeah, challenge mode is really coming along. Unfortunately, we're gonna lose. We're at 9% of the money goal. We have 57 seconds remaining. Also, I just thought of something. We should delay when you can click the losing screen so that you don't accidentally click it when you're clicking something else already. Yeah, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Yeah, our money really shot up toward the end. So this is not as balanced as it can be. Let's do that. Let's go over these like that. Customer wants some potions. Let's give him some potions. We're about to lose. This person's going to spend an awful lot of money over here. No. Stupid jerk. All right, wait for it. They got 10 seconds left. Cash infusion. Nice. All right, so now we lose. Business failed. We made it to 9% of our goal, getting 28 perks, 28 battle perks. 6 buildings. We almost got every adventurer. When's your next test release? I'm not sure. I want it to be as soon as possible. So if I was like, oh my god, this is great, I made it to 90%, maybe someone could do better, then I'd probably release it today. But it's going to take at least another full day of balancing and working through bugs and stuff. But probably more like 2 or 3 days. So maybe Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. I'm not sure. But yeah, if anyone wants to join as a playtester, there's the document on how to do so. Also, I didn't even realize the game runs on its own anyway. So the go to title screen or keep playing, it's already playing. I think we should probably pause the game when that happens. Yeah. pause the game on the lose screen since it keeps playing in the background. And stop the end screens from being clickable for like 2 seconds so you don't accidentally click. Okay, so let me try to evaluate. I think there were parts of this that were fun. There were parts that were unfortunate because they just didn't really work. Like the treasure room was a complete waste. The costs are just too high, the time is too high, the reward is too low. But that's just a balancing issue. We can make them more valuable. The other thing that I think is a little bit kind of like is getting buildings in a semi-random order interesting. And I think it's a little bit interesting. Yeah. I don't think there's any harm in it running, even if you wish to continue. Yeah, I guess we could just put a continue playing thing anyway. Or maybe just add continue playing, but have the free play thing say you've already failed. I think I'd rather have it end. But yeah, this is like a polished thing. So yeah, the buildings in different order. I guess we can just run through the questions super fast here. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time because I think I wanna go get food. All right, so how much of this do you enjoy? How much do you want to keep playing? So personally, I need to fix a bunch of things. So I don't think we can evaluate this yet. I think parts of it were fun. Did the runs feel all that different from one another? Yeah, I think that's the concern here. There's not enough to make a run unique. And even if all the balance were working, I don't think I would have devoted my time too differently. So I think this is going to be a bit of a problem, which is going to play into the how much you want to keep playing. Like, we can't just increase the difficulty and have you try the same strategy. Do different strategies ever manifest themselves while you're playing? Like, theoretically, you could go for many adventurers versus just a few, or maybe you steer toward certain perks, but there's a lot of randomness and not a lot of steering right now. Or how's the fishing pond feel? I mean, I think that felt pretty much fine. How many perks decisions are you getting in the average run? We got 28 in that run. I don't know how many there are in the game. Probably like 70 or 80 already, but not unique ones. Battle perks, how do you feel about how battle perks show up? I think the how they show up was okay. The choices, some of them are definitely better than other ones, but there is no optimizing for like healing received. Some of them just felt bad. How do you feel about the number of perks decisions? I think we just need a lot more. What's the decision tree? Is there room for creative expression, rare synergies? Yeah, that's this. Is there a problem with getting stuck? I don't think there's a problem with getting stuck. Problem with the player just not unlocking more buildings so they thoroughly steer their perks. That I can't answer yet. What achievements would you like to see? Are perks incompatible? Are all perks at least somewhat interesting? Should we have a sandbox mode? Could ideas be simplified? All right, so I think the biggest problem is balance. I think the second biggest problem is I'm not sure run, X is different from run Y, or is meaningfully different. The whole point of this was to add some replayability, and I think you might play through if you're given some objectives, like you get back to the title screen and it says you're on level 3 now instead of level 2. So yeah, maybe you start a new run, but are you like, oh, I'm gonna make all the same decisions I just made? So I think we gotta figure out how to answer that question. Where's the to-do list? I think the biggest question besides balance is going to be, how do we meaningfully differentiate runs? Yeah, I don't want you doing the exact same things every time. Okay, I'm gonna go find someone to raid. turn this off. You know, who rated me a long time ago, I've never seen online when I'm ending, is Janet. I've just never, am I following her? I'm pretty sure I'm following her. What was her name on Twitch? I just searched Janet Twitch coding. Does it show up? Yeah. What's her Twitch name though? I guess I just, oh, there it is. Okay. She was last online 7 days ago. And also I'm not following her somehow. Okay. I'm not following her because I never raided her. That's why. So I've been searching the wrong list this whole time. Well, anyway, I owe her a raid. Man, I'm really hungry. I want to go. Oh, hey, Yagamoth is streaming. Let's go raid Yagamoth. God, this was a between day stream. Yeah, I'm not going to be coming back today, but tomorrow I'll be back. Is there a random set of conditions that could lead to different local maxima or meta, maybe to differentiate runs? There are some, but I don't think they're prominent enough. But anyway, thank you all for watching. I am going to get going. If you want to play the demo, it's there on Steam, and that's all I've got. So I'll see you tomorrow. It should be a full stream tomorrow, like full day. And we'll keep working on challenge mode. Take care. Have a good rest of your day.